Welcome everyone to the final day of the 31st Annual River Symposium. My name is Mackenzie and I'll be your host for the day. We are continuing with this year's theme, River, Connection, Land, Water, and Community. We have one plenary speaker and 3 more sessions for today. I'm just going to start with a few items for reminders. You can fully participate in our virtual day by watching talks and submitting questions through the chat box. Please include who the question is for, as well as all questions, and all questions will be answered at the end of each session. During the breaks, we will share slides that artists have submitted that are nature-based. We'd also like to take a moment to recognize and thank the sponsors for the 31st River Symposium. Our tributary sponsors, Ingredion, Ontario Power Generation, the St. Lawrence Seaway, the Great Lakes St. Lawrence Seaway Development Corporation. Then we have our stream sponsors, Rogers Marina, EVB Engineering, Walmart, and WSP. We have our creek sponsors, Cornwall City Press, Farm Boy, and the International Joint Commission. We have our Brook sponsors, Minimax Express, Tim Hortons, and the Outdoor Learning School and Store. The River Symposium would not be possible without their support. Finally, we would like to thank everyone for attending, and we're excited for all of today's presentations. And to start it off with someone special, we have Dr. Leigh McGaughey with her plenary talk. Leigh is an ecologist who currently leads the Great River Report, an ecosystem health report on the Upper St. Lawrence River. Leigh's career started as a biologist working on krill in Antarctica, invasive mussels in Africa, and shellfish in Australia. A PhD in ecological modeling in Canada was followed by a postdoctoral fellowship with the European Commission in Italy as a marine and coastal ecosystem analyst. Work with the Commission involved developing ecological indicators for conservation and fisheries initiatives, combining satellite remote sensing with ecological models. Leigh's global perspective through past work experience in research and government agencies is now rooted locally in Eastern Ontario, and along with an exceptional team, is focused on making scientific findings accessible to the public through the Great River Report project. Today, Leigh will be sharing insights on a community-led environmental project and provide examples of how the co-developed guiding principles of this work were applied to ensure the project was inclusive and delivered impactful outcomes for the relevant communities. Take it away, Leigh.
Thank you, Mackenzie. It's great to be here. Thank you to everyone for showing up to hear this talk today. I want to share a little bit about the Great River Report. It's a project that I've been working on for the last 6 years. We're now in our 7th year. And the further down the journey I get, the more convinced I am that if more people were to work in this way, we could change the world. And I know that's a really bold statement to say, but I'm going to share a bit about the project today, and I hope it can inspire others to think about working in a similar way. Just going to get my presentation up. So the talk today is entitled In Service to Community While Breaking New Ground in Scientific Discovery. And I want to acknowledge from the outset that I'm here representing the Great River Report team. And also today's talk, I'm going to be fleshing out some of the guiding principles and how we've enacted those on the ground. And these were co-developed, as Mackenzie mentioned, with Abraham Francis. And so I want to acknowledge Abe's role in this talk today. I'd also like to say thank you to Stephanie Hildebrand for preparing the slides and all the visual content that are not only shared today, but in the project in general. So the question I wanted to ask is, can community-led environment projects lead to scientific discoveries? And by the end of this talk, I think we'll have a good answer to that question. What is the project? The project is a scientific undertaking in response to community questions regarding the health of the Upper St. Lawrence River. And it really is community-led, community-driven. So the science that we've been doing for the last 6 years has all been the result of questions that have come out of the local community. I've been attending the symposium for the last 2 days, as I'm sure many others have, and the background for the Upper St. Lawrence River has been covered a few times, so I'll keep it brief, just to say that the St. Lawrence River has experienced extensive environmental degradation over the past 2 centuries. So migration of millions of people to the area has put stress on the ecosystem. So there's been pressure from industry, from agriculture, and also, of course, the St. Lawrence Seaway is an international transport vehicle. So ships getting from the Atlantic up, having access to the Great Lakes, come through the St. Lawrence Seaway, and that again puts further strain on the system. There's been barriers that have been put into place to make the seaway possible, and also there are invasive species that have come by way of the seaway. So a lot of the degradation has been around degradation that has happened in the region led to the area at Akwesasne, Cornwall, and Messina being declared an area of concern back in 1987. And it's one of 43 areas of concern for the Great Lakes region. We're lucky in the region to have a really engaged community. So when I arrived new to the area in 2017 and new to this particular job, leading the Great River Rapport in 2018, there was already a really engaged community that were pushing the scientists in the region to address current environmental concerns. So there were already other systems that were in place. For instance, the area of concerns have a remedial action plan, and a lot of work has been done for remediation and restoration through that remedial action plan. But the community was asking questions about environmental concerns that fell outside of existing programs. So here in comes the Great River Rapport. So as I said, I've started on this project in 2018, and we wanted the project to engage with the community and communicate well. And so that the choice of the word rapport was very deliberate. We wanted to make sure that we had good relationships with the people in the region and also with the river, and that we were able to communicate well. And also the naming speaks to the thoughtful, meaningful engagement between multiple partners, including the river. And as I said, communicating back to the public. Our own health is intrinsically linked to the health of our environment, and this is also a key recognition for the project. And I also want to say that the way that we work is through relationships. So this relationality, meaningful participating relationships, we care for each other, we care for the environment, and we care for our kin. And it's another way that we work that I think is key to the project. So what is the project that I'm talking about? It's the Ecosystem Health Report for the Upper St. Lawrence River. And it was born out of the question that Jeff Riedel, our executive director at the River Institute, was asked many times. So what is the health of the river? And answering that question can get very complicated very quickly. Jeff had the idea to do an ecosystem health report well before I arrived in the region. And when he brought me in, he said there were a few things that were already standing for the report. And one of these things was that it would be framed in the Handa Galawodakwa, which are the words that come before all else. And the person who had recommended this was Henry Lickers. He's a local elder, a visionary, a leader. And this, the words that come before all else is a Haudenosaunee teaching that acknowledges all of creation fulfilling their roles and responsibilities to each other. And you can see in this slide, there are some drawings. These drawings were created by a local Akwesasne artist, Victoria Ransom, and she produced 16 unique artworks that represent the Thanksgiving address or the words that come before all else, and also draw on the ecological indicators that are part of this project. But I wanted to acknowledge Henry's role. When I arrived at the River Institute and was introduced to the idea of this project, Henry and Peggy Pike Thompson both took me aside and spent a lot of time to help introduce me to Moho culture and set the biocultural context. And I'm really grateful to Henry for his mentorship and his leadership at that time. been very lucky to work since then. In fact, the project is founded with the River Institute and the Mohawk Council of Akwesasne's Environment Program. The three people that are on this slide are the three environment program leaders that have been leaders over the past 6-7 years. So Peggy Pike Thompson, Abram Francis, and Kayla Sunday. And our co-development of this project has really been informed in a big way and influenced in a big way by the Mohawk Council of Akwesasne's approach, and I'm indebted to these three people for all the contributions they've put to the project and for helping it to be the success that I think that it is today. We're also grateful to the local community. As I said already, we've had a really engaged local community, and we feel like we are in service to them. So the local community in Akwesasne, there's also a group called the Great River Network. They are a grassroots initiative of environmentally conscious people who also at the outset of this project were really helpful in letting us engage with the community and making sure that we had contacts and we had a place to start when we were asking people what it was that they cared about for the St. Lawrence River. I'm here representing an amazing team of talented people. We have many people involved in the project. Some of them are represented here. Some of the team are our core River Report team and work almost completely on the River Report. Other people work on various other projects and contribute to the River Report. And there are many more that are not on this particular slide at the River Institute and with our partners that have also made significant contributions. I want to acknowledge we do have outside of the River Institute an external advisory committee, and we'd like to thank them for their guidance as well over the last 6-7 years. So a shout out to all our partners and collaborators. We have more than 40 partners to date. And partners are involved in the project in lots of different ways. Some of them provide us with data. Some of them provide us with access to platforms. Some of them are scientists who provide reviews. And then we also, of course, have funders, and the project can't go ahead without funding. We're totally soft-funded, so everything we do needs to come from external funding. And I just want to have a shout out to Elsie Lewison and Pam Maloney, who are our two grant writers who have been exceptional, have been able to take some ideas that we have and put them to paper and make them compelling enough that have had funders decide that they will fund the project. So thank you to them. All right, so I'm going to get into the 9 guiding principles. I shared these 9 guiding principles with Abram Francis a year ago at the River Symposium. These, as I said, these guiding principles are co-founded with Abram, who I work most closely with for the River Report when we're doing concepts and the framework and directions. And I'm very grateful to him for all of his friendship and leadership in this. So I wanted to acknowledge Abe's role in these principles, and then I'm going to step through them. So the first one is starting with a conversation with the people and committing to listening. And I have to say that at the start of this project, I was new to the St. Lawrence River region, and I really didn't know a lot about the ecology. I'd worked in many other places in the world, and I felt comfortable as a biologist and an aquatic ecologist, but I really was new to the system. And I approached the project in that first year with really wanting to understand what people wanted to know. And so I guess for the first year, a lot of what I was doing was reaching out to community groups, giving lectures at universities and really asking people, what is it that you would like to know about the St. Lawrence River? So we launched a survey. We have had the most amazing research assistants help us along the way. Megan Mitchell and Jacqueline Franceschini are photographed here. We set out a survey, and we were able to get 440 people to respond to that survey. And our postdoctoral fellow, Dr. Van Chin, presented earlier this week about this particular work. So looking at what do people care about in the St. Lawrence River? What are their concerns? What do they identify as the future challenges? And really, this was to help us understand, what are the questions that we need to be answering as scientists? So as I've said, we are in service to the local communities, both Indigenous and non-Indigenous, to answer these community-driven questions. And so once we'd heard what people wanted to know about, we took all of that information, we put it in front of the scientists, and over 50 scientists were involved with the next step of the project, which was to identify what indicators we were going to work on. And to select those indicators, we went through quite a rigorous process. The indicator selection is based on relevance, data availability, importance to the public, and also how sensitive are those indicators. And so we had a workshop where scientists identified the indicators, nominated the indicators, and then we went through this process of grading the indicators, where community members and scientists were asked to take indicators that they understood well and to grade them in terms of these criteria that I've put in front of you. And so at the end of that process, which actually I must confess took another year, we had a selection of 35 ecological indicators, and they fall into a variety of categories. So we have 6 related to contaminants, we have 18 indicators that are related to populations or diversity, 3 that are specifically on invasive species, 5 related to land use, and 3 that are related to water. Okay, so our third principle, respecting and inclusion of all forms of knowledge. And I think this is another principle that sets the River Report aside from other initiatives, where we really are invested in hearing from everybody and acknowledging that knowledge comes in many forms. So while I think most people recognize scientific data as a form of knowledge, and of course, I myself am trained as a scientist, and we have scientists on the team. We have 4 scientists at the moment on the team. And of course, we're trained to collect data and understand data, but we're also interested in hearing community observations. What are people who are on the river, on the land, what are their observations? How can that inform what we do? Some of the images here today, so the one on the left-hand side is of the yellow perch. It's a drawing done by Kate Schwartz. There's information that comes through scientific drawing. There's information that comes through the Indigenous perspectives that have been shared. So the illustration that is here is one of Victoria Ransom's illustrations of the winds, and in these illustrations is embedded cultural meaning. There's pottery designs, there's illustrations that are culturally relevant, and then also that final picture, representing the knowledge that comes from local communities. Where are they catching the fish? What are they observing? What can they tell us that we need to take into consideration when we're doing the science? So sharing progress at each step of the way. This means that the project can take a lot longer than I think any of us imagined, because we do like to do this, and it does mean that the work can be stalled sometimes, because you might get to a certain point and then want to share what science we've discovered, and of course we need to be respectful of people's time, and so sometimes those conversations can make the process a little bit slower. But I will say that I think that having the slower pace gives us a lot more time to get it right. This slide is showing a few examples of how we share progress at each step of the way. So conversations, one-on-one conversations will often happen at the beginning when we start an indicator, and then it'll happen when we have some initial results. And then when we finish an indicator, we'll also share those results out with the public on social media. And so I should probably stop at this point and take a step back and just explain what it means to do an indicator. So for each of those 35 ecological indicators, we will assign each of them to a scientist, and that scientist will do a first take on a full literature research to see what information is out there, what data is out there, what data do we need to understand this indicator fully. And so they will do a big sweep of databases. They'll also contact government agencies, ask them for data, and bring all that data together. And then generally we need to identify which of those data sets are going to be key to understanding the indicator, analyze that data, write up a report, and then start sharing it. And we try to share those initial reports early so that we can get feedback and make sure that we aren't missing anything. And so the way we get that feedback is through various means, so community meetings, one-on-one meetings, meeting with the data providers to see that we've understood the data correctly. So the next principle is welcoming critique as a mechanism to improve. And I think this can sometimes be a tough thing to take on board, but as long as we know that, you know, the critique comes in a well-meaning way, and it absolutely has shown us that when we do accept the critique, it makes a much better project. So I'm going to just share a bit here on some of that, you know, how that has turned out for the Perch report. So Dr. Marianne Perron has been leading the Yellow Perch report. It is up on our website for anyone who would like to see the results of that indicator. And Marianne approached the government agencies that have been doing monitoring since the 1970s. And so the monitoring has happened at the Thousand Islands, at Lake St. Lawrence, and also Lake St. Francis. And as you can see from the data that's in the panel on the left-hand side, some of those trends are different. So we have monitoring from New York, DC, and also from the ministry in the Thousand Islands. And in the top panel, we have New York, DC data in the middle panel for Lake St. Lawrence. And then for Lake St. Francis, again, there are two data sets, one from the Ontario Ministry and one from the Quebec Ministry. And Marianne presented this work at one of our advisory committee meetings, and I was all set to say, well, great, look, we have the trends for these, for yellow perch in the region. And of course, no sooner had Marianne shared this data than there were a myriad of questions, well, in the Thousand Islands, are we seeing different trends, or is that just a difference in timing? When we look at Lake St. Lawrence, the numbers are lower than in the other sections. And what is going on in Lake St. Francis? We can see that there's a disparate trends. So there's some declines, increases and declines from the Ontario section of the lake, and in the Quebec section, we see this trend upward. And so no sooner had we gotten the data together, then there was a string of questions around it. And not only from the advisory committee, but also from community members who, as soon as, you have the data together, they want to understand what is driving it. And so by the end of the second year, Marianne had pulled together more data sets, so additional data sets. The community was asking the question about cormorants. Many community members have told us how they're watching cormorants, eat lots of fish, and that they are part of the decline of the yellow perch. And Marianne went into the literature to find evidence to, support or refute these claims. And in fact, she was able to find that there was research already done, and it showed that, in fact, the yellow perch used to be 50% of the diet of the cormorant, but now it's the diet is made predominantly of the invasive fish, the round goby. And so just being able to provide that information helps for the community to understand, what are the pressures on yellow perch, and how, a role that now an invasive species is playing in the system. There was also other data that the community members wanted to know about, and that was to do with fishing and fisheries, so both the recreational and the commercial fisheries, and Marianne was able to provide that data as well. And so at this point, once she had it all together, we sent the yellow perch technical report out for a review, and the reviewers, and want to have a shout out to Colin Lake and Mike Yule from the ministry who gave us some really important insights, and that was just pointing out that we hadn't taken into consideration the role that nutrients are playing in the system. And Marianne went back to the drawing board and added, looked into the role that nutrients are playing in the system, and it really fundamentally changed the way we understood the perch indicator. So we'd really looked at the data and seen that there had been a decline since the 70s, and much of the community was concerned with that decline. But when Marianne went back to look at the data, she understood that in fact, the nutrient levels explain the variation in yellow perch, up to 30% of the variation explained by the nutrients in the system. And if you take a longer view, so a 100-year view instead of a 40-year view, you can see that nutrients in the past, in the 1920s, were actually closer to what they are today. And the time in between, so in the 1960s, we had this excess nutrients entering the system. In the early 70s, the Great Lakes Water Quality Agreement was put into place. And so there was fewer nutrients entering the system. And so, in fact, that decline in perch is really linked, in part at least, to the nutrients. And so I just wanted to spend a bit of time on this slide to explain how important it is that we get various people to comment on this, from community members to data providers, academics, scientists, people who, have spent their lives working on these species, so that we can understand it better. And through the criticism, we make improvements. This has also happened when we thought we reached the end of the road with the yellow perch, so open to revisiting our ecological understanding. And once Marianne had put the report together, she then went to give a talk at a pub in Cornwall. She presented this slide. This slide shows yellow perch populations in Lake St. Francis. Again, you can see the Ontario Ministry and the Quebec Ministry data. We are looking forward to the data point from 2021 from MFFP, so we can understand if in fact the yellow perch continue to increase in that section of the lake or if they decline. But in the meantime, the data that you see, so the red is represented for the Ontario portion of the lake, and the blue is for the Quebec portion of the lake. And you can see that there are these disparate trends. So when Marianne did the presentation in Cornwall, a member of the public, a fisherman, commented on those trends and said, well, it was actually easy to understand the differences in those trends, because if you're in Lake St. Francis and you're fishing, you're not allowed to use live bait when you're in the Quebec section, but you are allowed to use it when you're in the Ontario section. And could that be, something that's contributing? And I'll go back to this slide. Could that be something that's contributing to those different trends? If there's more fishing pressure happening in that red section, is that what's resulting in the declines? And just to say that both Quebec and Ontario ministries are actually in full collaboration now on the data sets they have. And so I think in future we'll be seeing them providing us with even more insights based on their data, which they've provided to this project for the purposes of the River Report. Okay, so committed to making the science accessible. I will say that, any scientist who finishes a piece of work is often feeling like they're seen it for the last time. Once you finish that report or you hand it in that paper, you never want to see it again. And when we're part of the River Report, we have to bring the scientists back to the table and say, okay, well, our work is probably only just halfway done at this point, because we really are committed to making the science accessible. And that means being committed to knowledge translation and mobilization. And so the team actually comes together as a whole. And I did listen to Stephanie's talk yesterday, where she was talking about what it takes to produce the materials, to translate the science and mobilize it. And in fact, this diagram on the left-hand side is created by Stephanie Hildebrand, and it's looking at the role that invasive mussel species and round goby play in the system. And it's really work that's come out of Christina Charette's PhD, who also presented yesterday at the symposium. So just seeing, what it can look like when you spend effort to capture the food web and describe which way the trophic flows go. We also have had a series of 10 community stories that have been put up on the website. We found that the community stories are an amazing way to engage with our communities. Observations that community members make are very valuable, because it brings in a way to introduce the conversation around some of the indicators. So very simple observations like water clarity, for instance, by people who dive in the water, or fishermen who comment on the clarity of the water. It's really a great launching off point for us to discuss the health of the river, because we can explain why it is that the clarity has changed through time. And so those community stories have really been a great place for us to engage with the community. And then we are very grateful to have Emilie DeRochie on our team. She's an environmental scientist and also a teacher, and she has been taking the material that we've been developing through the Great River Report and making education materials using various multimedia, so stories that have been shared or videos that have been created as part of our workshop series. And we will also be developing an indicator series for education material with Emilie. We ran a series of 17 workshops in the past, and again, a really good way to engage with the public. Yannick Rozon was with us for almost 2 years and ran these workshops for us, and we just found, again, it was a really great way to engage with the public. People are really curious about how scientists do the work, so we had a series around, ever wonder how a scientist, gets fish data, gets invertebrate data, and then also we had community members who shared the way in which they are involved in environmental projects. So that's another way that we've been mobilizing the knowledge. And then artists and artworks, we've been really fortunate to have amazing artists. And I find that with the art, it's really great because, we're not necessarily trying to convey the full extent of the scientific findings, but we are trying to find ways for people to engage with the ideas and the, some of the just key elements around the project. So even if it's just that somebody is now aware of the health of the river or what a few of the indicators are, or maybe they have an interest in plants or birds, there's various access points, and we find that having artists work with us, translating that knowledge and engaging with the community, with themes. For instance, Christine Fitzgerald joined the River Institute back in 2022, and she ran a cyanotypes workshop. We had 65 members of the community come out to engage with us. Again, you can see Victoria's drawings and Kate Schwartz's drawing as well. And the panel on the right-hand side is a project that Kathleen Vaughan leads, and it's called Stitching with the St. Lawrence. And we're so grateful when artists show up to engage with us, and I'm always open to thinking of new ways that we can engage with our communities through art. Okay, so principle 8 out of 9 is staying the distance and striving for consensus. And I will say that, this is one of the things that that has meant that, we're 6 years in, we have one indicator up on the website. We have another 3 or 4 that are pretty much complete and are getting ready to put somewhere, put up on the website. But we do have other indicators that we've had a first draft, and we've reached a point where we realized we have to go back to the drawing board. So a bit like we talked about with the perch, where we presented it to our advisory committee or to the Mohawk Council of Akwesasne or to a community member, and they've flagged something that said, okay, well, I think we need to go back and have another look at this. So turtles is one of those, so is American eel. With American eel, for instance, we had been trying to limit ourselves to the Upper St. Lawrence River, and we're very lucky to have Courtney Holden at the River Institute, and she's a scientist who works on eels and really pushing us to extend those boundaries to look at the population outside of just the St. Lawrence River. And so Dr. Marianne Perron is currently working on the American eel indicator, and she has gone further afield to get data on what is driving that population outside of just the St. Lawrence River, because of course they migrate to the Sargasso Sea, and it's part of a global population. So that work is, we're revisiting that work, and so it's going to take longer to have it come out. And then just with Osprey, we did have a full report completed. Even we've had the external reviews done on it. But we were quite excited because when we put the Osprey data together, we had fairly limited data. So we have data from platforms, we have observations. Of course, Osprey have been doing much better in the region recently, but we knew that there was data like data from birding apps, and we really wanted to use that data. But at the time when we were doing the Osprey data collection and analysis, we really struggled to find a way to scientifically analyze that community data. And we're excited now because the ornithology department out of Cornell University has produced in February of this year a tool now where you can look at bird species and you can get abundance and trend data. And we would really like to include that data in that indicator report. And so now we're revisiting the data assessment. We also have been in discussions with the community in Akwesasne, and there's potentially data that they would like to have shared on the Osprey. So just to let people know that, you know, like we make progress on some of these indicators, it's not always visible to the public because, you know, it doesn't end up on the website right away, but just to let everyone know that we are making a lot of progress behind the scenes. So this last principle, slowing down and being patient with the process, I think that it's something that I know for myself as well, you know, especially in the early days, really pushing to say, okay, well, let's get an indicator out. You know, the public's waiting for the next indicator. Please can we, you know, get something together, make a big push to get it out. But I've realized that when we are patient with the process, the product that comes out is, I think, significantly better than something that comes out when we do it in a rush. And so I've really had to learn to put, you know, that idea of deliverables on very hard deadlines aside and say, you know, we get all the partners together, we get all the input. As long as we are making meaningful progress, we need to be patient about those deliverables. This last slide is a list of our 35 ecological indicators, and it is has a progress bar along the top of it. So it's the process along the bottom, not started, all the way through to complete. And if you have a look, it goes from, you know, being assigned to someone, collection of the data, literature review, going through the data analysis stages, getting drafts out, getting them reviewed, and then finally having complete. And then once it's complete, of course, we enter into that knowledge translation and mobilization phase. And so I'm hoping that this slide can show you that we have, you know, various indicators at various stages of completion, and that we are striving to get more indicators out in the coming months. We have, I think I've mentioned, 3 postdoctoral fellows working on the science side as well as a research assistant. Okay, so the final part of the talk today is, you know, what does success look like? And I guess people have different measures of success. And so I'll run through some of the measures that I think people recognize traditionally, and that question that I asked at the start of this talk, which was, you know, can community-driven science result in scientific findings? And so we're leading with Dr. Perron's work on the yellow perch. And because of all the input that we had from everyone, particularly those data providers, we were able to produce something that was actually novel research findings for yellow perch. And so it's looking at those shifting baselines. So, you know, what we understood to be declines in perch, when we look at it at a bigger picture, we can see that that's actually, you know, there's other factors that are driving the increase and then the subsequent decline of yellow perch. Dr. Fan Chin, who's also joined the team 2 years ago now. He is an expert in contaminants, and we're very grateful to have him on the team because contaminants are very tricky. The indicators related to contaminants are really tricky. You have to have an excellent understanding of contaminants. And so we're really pleased to have Fan on the team. And also, we were lucky enough in, I guess it was 3 years ago, to meet with Dr. Phil Thomas. He is a researcher with the Environment and Climate Change Canada. He's based at Carleton University, and him and his colleagues have been working on data related to contaminants for the whole of Canada. And after conversations with Phil, we were able to initiate a collaboration with that team. So shout out to Bruce Pauly and the team at ECCC, in particular for this work, to Raphael Lajoie and Shane De Sola, who, so the data has come through the ECCC program, and Fan has been working on it. And he's been looking at contaminants in herring gull eggs, as well as great blue heron. So in this particular collaboration, the River report, an indicator that was already selected was herring gull contaminants. And so we were able to collaborate with the ECCC, and very grateful to the funding that came through this platform and to the partnership. And yeah, we're grateful to have Fan produce this work. And so in fact, it's resulted in a paper which he's just busy working with Raphael and Shane on, which will be submitted soon. The next bit of science that's exciting, that's coming out of the River report, is work that Dr. Bojan Chen is doing. Bojan has also been with us for 2 years and has been working on the amphibian indicator. He has amassed an amazing data set of amphibian data, which includes community data sets as well as data from government monitoring systems. And he's been looking at, the where we find the species, so what habitats are they in, and looking at, the habitats that they would survive, what habitats do we have in future climate change scenarios, and what amphibians would likely be able to survive in those scenarios. So again, a paper that's, busy being worked on by Bojan, and this is a partnership with Queen's University. So also shout out to Professor Steve Lougheed and his lab for the collaboration. Bojan is cross-appointed between the River Institute and Queen's. And then Erin Smith has been working on our nutrient indicator, and some really exciting work that came to the forefront in December this year was Erin's work looking at carbon, so revisiting carbon cycling in the Great Lakes. And this carbon work really came out of Erin looking at nutrients, looking at phosphates and nitrogen, and having new understandings about, what's driving the system, looking at nutrients and mussels and round goby, and how the system has been responding to those dynamics. So it's another scientific finding that Erin has already submitted this paper, and she's also been working on a second paper to do with nitrogen that's in prep. So again, some new novel findings. I was able to capture back in 2022 the great work of the Great River Network. So I did mention that it's a community organization in the region, and just I think it was one of those foundational seeds, that allowed the River Report to grow into what it is today. And a shout out to the Great River Network for all the work they've done. And I was grateful to be able to capture that and to produce a peer-reviewed article based on the work that they've been doing in the region. And then I also want to acknowledge Lawrence Gunther, amazing river fisherman, and our partner. Lawrence invited me to join his fish health network a few years ago, and as part of that fish health network, which is part of the Great Lakes network, I've been involved in discussions over the last 3 years around fish health. I hope everyone heard Lawrence's talk yesterday as well. And Lawrence brought me in, and of course, doing the Great River Report, we have lots of community questions that come up, and one of the things that had been flagged was how confusing it is for people in the region to understand what fish they can and can't consume. And we found, even starting that indicator work on fish contaminants, when you look at the area, there's so many different jurisdictions. So we have advice for fish consumption advisories coming from New York, from Quebec, and from Ontario, and also all of these borders are of course superimposed on top of the Akwesasne community. And in fact, of all the guidance that we found that the St. Regis Mohawk Tribes Fish Guide is probably the one that I recommend most often to people. But we just brought this issue up in the Fish Health Network, and Lawrence was really keen to follow it up with some work, and Kristen Lowitt who is at Queen's. She's a professor at Queen's University. She was able to take all those issues that we'd identify and produce a paper about environmental justice for the region. And it really does highlight the complexity of the jurisdiction. And I think she did an amazing job of pulling that work together. So just want to say thank you to Lawrence and Kristen for including me and the River Report in that work. And then second to last, Erin has also been writing up our process. So the River Report, I think, is quite unique in the way that it spent, we honestly spent the first 2 years connecting with the community, right? Asking them what they wanted to know, what their concerns were. And we've managed to pull together, led by Erin, a paper that just shares in a journal, which we have submitted, and we hope it will get published, what those community concerns are. And also it's really a paper that sets up the River Report, because the rest of the River Report is really in direct response to this particular work. You know, understanding what the community wanted to know really was the starting point for what those 35 indicators would be, and the scientific work that we've done since. And then finally, I'd like to also recognize the work that's being done by the River Strategy. I know there was a meeting on Wednesday. I'm hoping that people who were at that meeting are listening to this talk as well. Emilie has been leading the River Strategy for the last 2 years. What is the River Strategy? It's an organization of people that has come together to help facilitate communication and connection in the Upper St. Lawrence River and beyond. And really the way in which it's being led, it's co-founded again with the Mohawk Council of Akwesasne. And I think that the approach that they've taken with the two or wampum approach has been amazing, and the sort of and the number of partners they've managed to bring together has been really effective. And again, Emilie has recently submitted this structure to be published. So that gets back to that question, you know, can community-led environmental projects lead to scientific discoveries? And I'd like to say that I think from the slides I've just shown that the answer is yes. And so that is exciting. But I want to pause at this point to say that, you know, when I started this project back in 2018, there was a vision for a report, Upper St. Lawrence Health Report in 2020. And I will say that, you know, like I had hoped we could do something like that and produce something by 2020. But when I realized how important it is to have meaningful engagement with the community and the process you need to go to have those conversations, and then take those conversations and bring them to the scientists and understand what, you know, indicators can answer those questions. We'd only completed those 2 steps by 2020. And so I want to put a shout out to Jeff Rydell for his patience with me and the project that we didn't achieve a health report in 2020. But I think what we've managed to do instead is produce something that we need to measure maybe in a different way. So if we're measuring success against a health report for 2020, then of course it's 2024 and we've failed miserably. But I think if we can measure the success of the project through other metrics, then we can show that it's been a success. So what do I feel like is a success for the Great River Report? We've been able to develop knowledge. We've been sharing knowledge. We engage with communities. We have relationship building through partnerships, and that's meaningful relationships where we are in ongoing conversations, collaborations, and supportive networks. And I also want to say that these collaborations have been instrumental to us being able to get funding to be able to continue the project. So thank you to everyone who's been involved with those. And then I also look at the capacity building that we do at the River Institute, but also, you know, other partners have been able to do, because we're able to bring this work across not only at the River Institute, but at other institutions as well. And so we have, over the last year, been mindful of tracking success. And so we introduced a dashboard of impacts. And this screenshot shows you some of those, some of our collaborators, how many funders we've had to date, interns, early career scientists, and summer students that have come through the River Institute as part of this project. And then those engagements, so, what do they look like? Total in-person engagements and online engagements. So you can see we're already at 20,000 people engaged, and that was at the end of last year. And so these figures will all be updated in 2024. And I also want to thank our consultant, Greg Duggan, who helped us to develop these dashboards and to, have a way to show what success looks like for the River Report. So I want to finish off by saying, for me, providing knowledge that empowers people to have informed conversations that lead to actions is really the foundational point around, what success actually looks like. And I had included a bunch more slides, which I've taken out to save everyone from me going on too long. But just to say, there have been some really amazing groups that have formed, even out of the Perch paper. Marianne is now part of an alliance grant where, the various ministries and the River Institute are involved in looking at policies around fishing around perch. We've had a recommendation for the same sort of thing for northern pike. We've got discussions around American eel and facilitating conversations around bringing knowledge together for that indicator. There are other programs that are not related directly to the River Report, but that will feed into the River Report. So, for instance, working groups on Phragmites, etc., for the region. And so I feel like there are even more metrics that we aren't capturing in the previous slide, that are really, the project is a catalyst for many other working groups that are being spawned. Another one that comes to mind is water quality. And for those of you who were part of the discussion with the river strategy, it's really great to see that people in the region are picking up on some of these elements, and that the River Report is bringing together known data and in the process also identifying data gaps. And so out of that identifying of data gaps, future projects are then also born. So I've come to the end of my time for this presentation. I want to give a heartfelt thanks to Stephanie for producing the slides and, in fact, for all of her contributions to the project. It really makes it stand out. I think there's scientists all over the world doing great work, but I think having someone who can communicate that science in such a beautiful visual way is something that we really appreciate at the River Institute. And then to Abram Francis, thank you so much for all your support and your friendship and your encouragement, and for helping me, on this journey as we find our way through the Great River Report. It's an honor to work with you. And to Jeff and the advisory committee, thank you for your patience with us as we take a lot longer than we ever thought we would with getting the indicators done. But I hope today I've been able to demonstrate that it's a value as we go. The conversations that we're having are all important, and the engagement. I don't know what it is about the Great River Report project, but it has attracted the most phenomenal people. And so everyone who's with us at the moment and all those who have come before, a heartfelt thank you for all your hard efforts and your work that you put into the project. The community members, I think I've already shouted out a few times to the Great River Network and also to the community in Akwesasne. Without your love for nature and your engagement, the project wouldn't be what it is. And then, of course, to all our partners, collaborators, and funders, we're very grateful. And thank you to the Symposium Committee for giving me this opportunity to share about the River Report. And so I'll finish it there and say thank you for listening. And also, I'm interested in hearing if anyone has any questions that I can answer about the project.
Thank you so much, Leigh. I think I'm speaking on behalf of everyone on the River Report team. It's just so appreciated seeing everything laid out and just being reminded that we're doing amazing work, even though it does take time. So thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Now we have about 12 minutes for questions. So I'm going to open up the chat. So now's the time if you want to put anything in there to ask Leigh. Just going to see if there's anything right now. I'll give it a moment. I did also jot down a question of my own just while people are kind of typing away. So I want to know, Leigh, do you have a favorite part of the project? Like if you could choose, what's your favorite part in the whole process of all the amazing work we do?
Oh, Mackenzie, that's an impossible question,
Okay.
but thank you for asking it. Um, I don't know what it is about this project. When I look at it now and see how, how many different lenses we're able to engage people through, and how many people have shown up, whether it's, through having the involvement of artists or community members, or there's so many different elements that come into it. I couldn't have. At the start, I couldn't have ever imagined that I couldn't have dreamt a vision, that was so inclusive. And I'm just so excited that we're at this point. I do think that our partnership with the Memorial Council of Akwesasne is, one of the things that has taught me the most. And I am really humble in that I have lots to learn, and I appreciate, the commitment they have to the project. And so I think I've probably learned the most through that, and I've really enjoyed that. And I hope to continue to grow and learn. And I feel like, for Canada and beyond, there's many of us that have a lot to learn when it comes to Indigenous perspectives. And so I think that having that opportunity with the River Report to put that, bring that into the forefront in whatever way the community wants to have it shared is exciting. I love all the people that it attracts. So I've met so many people, had conversations, some of them, someone will show up and we'll have a one-off conversation and I might not hear from them again. And then others, they engage with us once and then we see them again, and the next thing it's 2 years down and you've become not only collaborators but really good friends. And I think that the support we've had has been amazing. I guess I'll go back to saying that that moment, where we failed in 2020 or 2021, where I had Chris and Jeff going, "Oh, Leigh, can you just give us a product? Can we have something that that's tangible that comes out of this?" And I think in those, at that time there was I had some insecurities around what success looks like, and maybe today's talk is as much me sharing with everyone else that journey I went on myself of like, okay, well, we didn't achieve this in this time, but I think what we have achieved is a lot more meaningful because it's it involves so many more people. And and I think there's many other researchers at the River Institute too, and their research all pulls into the River Report. As Christina Charrette's work from her PhD has been pulled in a lot, and all of Matt's expertise with the fish. None of us on the River Report team are, originally fish biologists. And so having that expertise, having that support, having those people we can, I turn to all the time to say, does this look like it's, the right thing. So I think I enjoy those collaborations and those relationships. And then all the learning that happens along the way.
I love it. Yeah, I feel like there's so many different people that come together, and that's the most beautiful part of the project. I just got one from Matt Wendell, actually, speaking of which.
Oh.
Said, "Great talk, Leigh. Have you found any large data gaps that need to be addressed to help the indicator work, and where there are great opportunities for next research priorities and collaborations?"
Oh, yes, Matt. And then as you said, I'm like, my brain is ratcheting through the 35 ecological indicators. Okay, well, we didn't get very far with this one because we couldn't find data. We didn't, so some of the ones that we've completed, we've recognized that there's data gaps. I mean, Marianne's just starting on the wetland indicator. And she's, initially we thought there were gaps, and now that she's going through the literature, she's finding that there's lots of knowledge. We did find too, when we looked at, some of the topics, for instance, Northern Pike, Marianne found that was really well covered because John Farrell's group out of the Thousand Islands has done so much excellent work there. So some of the indicators like, oh, great, we can just pull this together and, just present it back to the public. But with some, for instance, we did do, a call out for, an initial search for muskrat research, and we're finding that we're not getting, that data in. And so there's data gaps there. Sylvia Rodriguez was working on the water temperature indicator and found that there was data missing in terms of nearshore data, which of course is key for survival of juvenile fish. And so Courtney Holden has I mean, independently of us, but now it's great that she's doing it, is got, you know, a whole bunch of temperature loggers out in the river that will fill that data gap. So yeah, Matt, yes, I'm struggling to like recall all of them, but for sure, I think that's going to be one of the really exciting things for the River Institute, because Mackenzie, as you know, Matt's out in the field with his team. And so, you know, with the River Reports, getting all this already published data together and setting it up for like, what do we know, where are the data gaps and what's next? And so I think it is going to be exciting as we finish each of the indicators to be very focused on those, you know, targets around, okay, we identified this particular gap. And we need to, you know, do specific work on that to understand it better. So yeah, thanks, Matt.
See any other questions at the moment? So if anyone has anything else, now would be the time. I had another one that I jotted down, but it's kind of similar to the first question, just the opposite. If you were to say if there were a most difficult aspect leading us like a very complex, widespread project like this, what would be? I think we've kind of covered a bit, but yeah, I don't know personally for.
Yeah, no, that's a good question, Mackenzie. And I guess it gives me an opportunity to say some things that I've never really said before, you know, out loud in front of everyone. And that is like at the very beginning, and I did say this in the talk, you know, I did come with a lot of ecological background from, you know, from having worked in different areas. So coastal South Africa, fisheries in Australia, you know, work in Antarctica, etc. But you know, I didn't know anything about the St. Lawrence River. And in those early days when I was, you know, asking people to tell us what their concerns were, we had some feedback from the local community saying, well, you know, why have you got someone who doesn't know anything about the, you know, like, why have you got this person working on the river? And I'm sure that person knows who they are. And so, you know, we got this feedback. And I remember at the time thinking, oh, this is terrible. You know, I really want to be in service to the community, but they've got a good point, right? Like, I don't know a lot about it and I have a lot to learn. And I did, in the end, come to think that that was a good thing, because it meant that I was really open to everyone. You know, I had no preconceived ideas around, you know, how the system worked, or, you know, what theory like held true. And yeah, but at the time, you know, there was some insecurity around that. But I do feel like it was, you know, I'm still learning and I'll continue to learn. But I think that the things that I brought were, you know, skills that were valuable for other reasons. But there were moments like that where I thought, oh gosh, you know, should I sub myself out and get someone who knows more about the system to do the job? So that was tricky. And we have had, you know, at moments where, you know, we'll release something and someone will say, in fact, I was just searching for something yesterday and an email came up where it's like, well, we really don't, you know, agree with the way this, you know, the summary that's come out of this. And those are the tough moments, right? Where you're like, okay, I've got to be brave now and try and contact that person and say, hey, that's great. Can you explain to us, you know, what it is that we, you know, that we're not understanding, and can we work together? And so sometimes there are moments there, you know, where you've got to get over a difficult conversation with someone. And yeah, so it's not plain sailing, right? And I guess trying to have a nice solid team that is secure and chasing the funding can also be a challenge. So it's like whenever we bring people on, we've always had excellent people, and my inclination is to want to keep them and also to add more people, because you know, we've got a lot of work to do, but there's this difficulty around, you know, making sure that we have the funds to support the people we have in a way that's adequate. And so that's another thing that I find challenging.
Yeah, it's never a straight path, right? And I'm so happy that you pushed through considering all those challenges. I did see one more question, or two, from Pam Maloney. With the time and knowledge gained since this project began, are you confident that the 35 indicators still represent the overall health of the ecosystem?
Oh, I'm so happy you asked that, Pam. And hi, Pam. Thanks for watching. Pam, I've got such good news for you because you were part of all of that, all those workshops in the early days, and we didn't know, and I know for sure that even me, and I'm sure Jeff and everyone else was like, Leigh, pick 10 indicators, and then we can get them done, and maybe we could have made a much shorter deadline. But I stand to this, and Marianne stands firmly with me as well, that we're really happy to say that these 35 indicators have stood the test of time. So I've yet to have an experience or a conversation with someone where they've said, well, that indicator that ranked whatever, because we had these 73 indicators. Oh, you don't have this indicator, and wouldn't you, we really think that should have been part of the system. I will say I have a regret in that we didn't get bats in there, because I really miss being able to. There's a research program at the River Institute on bats, and it's definitely connected to the river. And Sarah Greenwood presented on it yesterday, and with them consuming insects that emerge out of the river, there's definitely a connection there. So I'm sort of sad for us at the River Institute that that we didn't get bats in, but in terms of understanding the health of the river, I really feel like we picked a really great suite of indicators, and yeah, we just got to find a way to, I don't know, I don't want to say do it any faster, but like at least get it out, get a few more of them out, which, Mackenzie, you've worked on so many, and I'm hoping we can get yours out, in the next 6 months, so that people can appreciate the work that you've put into the project as well. And so while I have you, thank you so much for all your hard work as well.
We're making progress. I feel like it's gonna happen soon. Yeah, just on that quickly, we have like the last minute of questions. Just to follow up from Pam, you kind of mentioned, like, you already kind of answered it, but she's wondering, do we think new indicators will emerge or be added over time? So for instance, you mentioned the bat example. Would that been talked about at all? Having a 36th indicator, or just as things kind of come up, or yeah.
Yeah, it's a good question, and actually, Pam, we nearly broke the lid on that about 6 months ago, because I'm not sure if I did a good job of explaining what the river strategy is, but basically there's a lot of organizations in the region, and we realized that better communication and collaboration was needed, and the river report needs to get these 35 indicators done, and so we wanted to focus on that, and the river strategy is taking care of a lot of those collaborations now that sometimes we're let's say 3 years ago, we're falling a lot on the river report team. So that's great. But something that came up in the river strategy was, so that's fine. We've for the region, we had the remedial action plan, which is, dealt with remediation and restoration historically. And Abram Francis always says he likes to see, that's part of, our past, that the river report is part of our current state, what is the state of the river right now. And then when we're looking into the future, we're looking at the river, what can the river strategy do? Because that's way more organizations, all the partners, they can do a lot more, right? We're trying to do the river report mostly at the River Institute. And so that question came up, for the river strategy. There's people are wanting to address current day concerns. And although we did do that survey and we do have current day concerns for the river report, those were selected in 2020, 2020, 2021. And so they're also aging. And, what if there was a brand new concern that we haven't thought of that pops up and needs to be addressed, right? Would we put that in the river report, or would that go in the river strategy? And at one point we thought, well, in fact, it was conversations with Georgia Bach, who is the region, the RAP coordinator, currently on leave. And, she's like, can we break that open? Can we have 36, 37? Can we switch those indicators? Or maybe we reassess those 35 if you haven't got to a few of them and say, well, actually, people aren't really interested in those, last 7. Can we switch a few others in? And I thought, oh, that's great, because that makes the river report, it can move with the times, because that's one of the things that, it was a criticism of the RAP, like it's locked in, right? It's really locked in, and there's a reason for that. It's part of a much bigger program that's for the whole of the Great Lakes. And do we want the river report to be, stuck in a time capsule of, oh, well, we identified these indicators and we want to get them out? I think when we identified them, we thought we'd get them out quicker. So it wasn't meant to be an issue. So I think that, like, the river report, once it's hopefully we get through all those 35, but I do think that future indicators can be part of, you know, a river strategy and more collaboration around that. So the river strategies, you know, building working groups and subcommittees that will focus on these things, and I think we'll have more partners involved, and it'll probably get to the bottom of things quicker. I'm open to saying we could adjust it in the future, but for now, we've got our hands full. We've still got too many to do. So, yeah, I guess open to it, but at the moment, we're locking down at 35.
Okay, amazing. Well, we are sadly out of time now, but I just want to say thank you, Leigh, so much. I always love hearing you speak. You're so thorough and well-spoken, and appreciate you so much. So now we are going to have a 11-minute break before our first session of the day, which will be Fish in Focus, Understanding Fish Communities in the St. Lawrence River. So we'll see everyone back here at 10.
Okay. Well, welcome back, everyone, to day 3 of the River Symposium. And we're about to start our 9th session of the symposium. And looking forward to some of these talks. So my name is Matt Wendell. I'm with the River Institute. And today we have 3 presenters presenting in our session, Fish in Focus, Understanding Fish Communities in the St. Lawrence River. And you'll hear the 3 presenters, and then we'll have a Q&A question period at the end of the session there. So to start us off today, we have Kate Schwartz and Emma Ehrenfeld from the River Institute, who will be presenting on some species at risk work that is undergoing at the River Institute. So Kate and Emma, switch it over to you. Thanks.
Hello, everybody. Hopefully you guys can hear us all right. So we would like to thank you so much for joining us for the first presentation in the Fish in Focus session. We also want to start our presentation by offering a land acknowledgement, acknowledging that the lands and waters... Hopefully that's okay. Sorry, we got a notification that the site crashed.
Can you guys see us okay right now?
See you
Like
good.
the presenters can. I feel like someone, I don't know what's going on. Like we can see you fine. Just saying that. So
Okay,
it's not
sorry,
your
'cause-
device.
Okay.
All right, sorry about that, guys. Our Zoom crashed unexpectedly, but hopefully we can get it going soon. We're just going to work on sharing our presentation again for you. All right, hopefully we're good now. I'll start us over here. So thank you so much for joining us for the first presentation in the Fishing Focus session. I want to start things off by acknowledging that the lands and waters we're fortunate enough to work on are the traditional territories of many Indigenous nations, including the Haudenosaunee. We're grateful for the contributors who have made the FINS project successful, for the connection of our understanding of fish communities and their traditional and ecological importance to all of us. I'm sorry, it keeps crashing on us. We'll just
Just so you know, everything is still working on our end. We can hear you and it's still coming up.
You can still see our presentation too?
Not right now, no. Is that crashing?
Yeah, every time we share, we get a notification from Zoom saying that the application stopped working and
Okay, how about this? We'll pass on to the next presenter and come back to the backstage and I'll help you guys out.
okay, sounds good. Thank you. We're off to such good start.
Thanks. We're having a little technical difficulty with the first presenter. So what we're going to do is move on to the next presenter, Mackenzie, if you're okay with that. We'll have you present next. So Mackenzie Wylie-Arbic is from works at the River Institute. You've probably heard her on multiple days already at the River Symposium in support of the Great River Report. And today, Mackenzie's going to be presenting on foreign invasive goby species in the St. Lawrence River, and a lot of the research that's been going on that, in particular their invasion patterns. So with that, Mackenzie, if we could tee it off to you, that'd be great. Looking forward to your talk.
Thank you, Matt. I'm just going to quickly get my slides up here. Hopefully this is all good. So hi, my name is Mackenzie. Like Max said, I've been with the River Institute for 3 years. Currently, I'm working on the Great River Report, writing technical reports on ecosystem health indicators. In this presentation, I'll bring together some information from the Round Goby technical report for the River Report, as well as findings from a manuscript in progress on the invasion of the tube-nosed goby. Shout out to Matthew Windle and Christina Charette for collaborating with me on that one. So to start off, I will highlight the area of study briefly. Many of you have become familiar with the St. Lawrence River throughout the symposium or have deep connection with the waters. It is an ecosystem connecting the Great Lakes to the Atlantic Ocean and is home to 45 million people, as well as a diverse array of plant and animal species. So in the mid-1950s, the river experienced major changes with the construction of the St. Lawrence Seaway, creating the most important commercial waterway in Canada, as well as a source of electric power. Now, although these changes increased industrial potential and international trading of goods, it also created a route for non-Indigenous species introduction that would prove to make irreversible changes to the freshwater ecosystem. Generally speaking, freshwater ecosystems are susceptible to non-native species introductions for a few different reasons. This is especially the case when there's high population density and therefore environmental degradation and caused by human impacts and encroachment. Also, shipping has historically brought foreign species to new habitats. Like I said in the previous slide there, like the opening of the seaway brought a lot of shipping traffic into the St. Lawrence River system specifically. And this most often has happened because ships take in water into their ballast to help with buoyancy throughout their voyage. And then this water is then brought into, I guess, the ports at the importing ports. And then species can be introduced through this water as it is released at these ports. Also, environmental conditions can play a part in this. So when there are similar conditions in one freshwater environment, specifically, I'll get into a bit about this environment, the Ponto-Caspian region. It being similar to the Great Lakes St. Lawrence River system, this brings more of an ease for non-Indigenous species from this area to move into the new environment. So this region is a brackish water environment, and it often produces ecological generalists. Some of the most prevalent species introduced into the Great Lakes St. Lawrence River system originate from this region, actually. And this could potentially have something to do with the species being well adapted to a range of environmental conditions, such as variable salinities, temperatures, and nutrient levels. So now let's take a look at our species of interest for this presentation. So one of them is the round goby. It is a well-known invasive species. It's been mentioned various times throughout the symposium this week. This fish has been introduced and proliferated in freshwater habitats both in North America and Europe. And if you want to look out for them while you're on the river, they can be identified by their prominent black spot on their first dorsal fin, as well as their unique dark brown spots on their bodies. Next, we have the tube-nosed goby, a close relative to the round goby. Similarly, they are also found, have also been introduced in novel freshwater environments in North America and in Europe. this fish can be identified by their prominent tube-like nostrils, which you can see quite clearly in the bottom image there. They have tubes coming out of their face. And again, they have very distinct markings that are usually a brownish gray color. Now, just to get into some comparisons between these two species, they are quite similar in some ways. So they are benthic fish species, so they're bottom dwelling, often spending a lot of their time at the bottom of the riverbed. For their diets, they feed on small invertebrates, such as mollusks, insects, and crustaceans. And like I said, they're native to the Ponto-Caspian Basin. And there are some differences with these species. So for size, round gobies are often larger. Behaviorally, round gobies are more aggressive and territorial, and usually reproductively, round gobies have a higher output. So before I get into some more details on the invasions of these species, I want to highlight the site of first detection for these goby species. So it was actually in the St. Clair River, which is located between Lake Huron and Lake Erie. And due to the shallow depth in this area, it would require the ships to dump their ballast. So unlike other areas within the seaway, this would be a requirement for ships just to change their buoyancy and so they can continue on their path. So this is most likely the reason that in 1990, both of these species were first detected in this region. But interestingly enough, the round goby was proliferated detected in the Upper St. Lawrence River in 2000 in Lake St. Francis. But the tube nose took much longer time before detection occurred in the St. Lawrence River. It was actually not until 2016 that they were detected in the Thousand Islands region. Now, since their detection, the round goby has been found to inhabit wider range of habitats within their invasion range, and then the tube nose have often been found more in shallow, near-shore areas. Now quickly, just before I get into any of the data, I'm going to shout out the FINS project. A lot of the results come from the data that is recorded during these nearshore surveys that have been going on for the past decade. And you will get more information on that project in this session, so I won't get too deep into it, but thank you, Matt Wendell, for all the data and all your help with the species research. And yeah, so starting off with specifics for the round goby. So they've become more abundant than tube nose overall. They've become a ubiquitous species, creating novel interactions in food webs. So they're often found to be preyed upon by piscivorous predators, so fish-eating fish. And due to their aggressive nature and feeding habits, they've seemed to succeed quite well, and they have been found to put pressure on native benthic species. Because of their abundance, they're able to compete well. Because of their abundance and their aggression, they're able to compete well with native benthic fish species and also have an impact on the biodiversity of specifically benthic macroinvertebrates. And as for the speed at which they have been documented to spread, it was about 10 kilometers per year in the initial stages of the round goby's invasion. And then in more recent years, they've shown to stabilize. So most likely they are here to stay. Changes. Oh, I skipped one. Okay, so for the tube-nosed goby, we have a bit of a different story. Like I said, there was quite a bit of lag before they were detected in the St. Lawrence River. So from this time series here, I just have 3 years to demonstrate just the great jumps that they made over the period of about 6 or 7 years. So in 2016, there's just a couple yellow dots there showing you tube nose detections in the Thousand Islands. And then by 2020, they've moved way downstream, into Lake St. Lawrence and approaching Lake St. Francis. And then in 2023, they moved all the way into Quebec, closer to Montreal, Chateauguay. So after measuring the distance of downstream movement, it was found that the tube nose have moved about 32 kilometers per year. And upon other fish community analyses, it was found that the round goby and the tube nose goby overlap much more in recent years, specifically in 2023. Their interactions have become more frequent, and overall tube nose have become a larger part of the fish community. And then just one more figure here to kind of demonstrate the linear trend of linear increase in the density of tube nose goby in the river from 2015 to 2022. So clearly they are increasing quite quickly. So now kind of for the main, the big question of this presentation, considering the similar niches, life history, and the fact that they were introduced the same time in the same kind of area, why would these species, two species have such different invasion patterns? So I don't really have a clear explanation for this, but I want to go through 3 possible theories that I believe could potentially explain this, but also they might compound together and all be working together to explain at least why the round goby would have proliferated into the St. Lawrence River earlier than the tube nose. So one possible theory is the presence of previously invaded species. So I'm sure a lot of you have heard about the dry-sided mussels, such as the quagga and zebra mussels. They are actually the native prey species for round gobies in the Ponto-Caspian region. And because these mussels were introduced in the late 1980s, they were already here and had begun their invasion spread before the round goby was here in this area. So potentially the presence of this species gave the round goby head start, and having a familiar prey species that they could use to their benefit to then grow and reproduce and become more abundant. Next, as I said earlier in kind of like the background information, round gobies have a high reproductive rate and aggressive qualities. So this could contribute to their success earlier on, and just overall their abundance starting off, and potentially they were able to proliferate in the St. Clair River, which gave them a higher chance of being moved through domestic shipping. So this explanation, like I said, could be compounding with those other 2 theories. And similarly to international shipping activities within the watershed itself here, there could be the same thing going on, but just between lakes and the river. So just a quick note, in the 1990s, there was no regulation just yet for international shipping ballast water control, but now more recently in the early 2000s, this was put in place as a requirement for international ships to flush out their ballast water with ocean water, so that any freshwater species would hopefully not be able to survive the journey and would not be introduced into the system. But now more and more, it might be getting clear that the domestic ships within the system are now contributing to the spread within the system. So that being said, this could potentially be, these theories could potentially explain the round gobies invasion, or at least part of it. And as for the tube nose, it may have just come down to chance at which time they they happen to hitchhike on a domestic vessel to then move into the Thousand Islands later than the round goby. But again, these are all just theories, and that kind of comes down, that kind of brings me to my take-home messages. Just as I work through some of the invasive species indicators and research for the Great River Report, it's become quite clear that this realm is very complex and there's a lot of unknowns, and it's very clear that there's still a lot to be done to fully understand a lot of these species, especially the prevalent species. But from what we know, we can then decide how we want to move forward. So we need to prioritize early detection and regulatory measures, continue to educate the public on different species as well as actions they can take, using, we heard a lot about it yesterday, but or in other discussions, just using community science apps, so getting people familiar with how they can contribute. And like I said, although there are international ballast water regulations for the transoceanic ships, we need to think about how can we diminish domestic ships or diminish the threat of domestic ship range expansion or contributing to species range expansion. So I'm pretty sure I'm going over time. So just quickly, I want to acknowledge everyone at the River Institute that have supported me with my writing and my research. And a big shout out to the Finns crew, for Matt Windle, and also to Steph Hildebrand, who supplied me with a lot of her pictures for this presentation. Thank you so much, and I look forward to any questions, or if you want to email me, my email is there at the bottom. Okay, thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you, Mackenzie. And thank you again for pivoting and going first in this session. I appreciate that. Great talk. So many really interesting trends there going on with gobies in the St. Lawrence River. And yeah, well, we'll wait till the end of the session for some questions from our audience on that as well. So we're just rearranging our speakers a little bit right now. So our next speaker is actually was originally our third speaker, but Massimo Narini from the Lower Trent Conservation. And Massimo will be talking today about a really interesting pilot project that's using underwater video to document the presence of brook trout. So we're really keen to learn about this pilot project. So I'll flip it to you, Massimo. Thank you.
Perfect. Sorry, Matthew, do you have to flip something different so that I can share my screen? Hopefully.
I think there should just be a share screen option at the bottom there in Zoom.
Oh my God. Yeah.
Yeah.
Here it is.
Yep. There you go. Okay. No problem.
Techno. Always the case. Okay, hopefully you have the other the presentation screen. Is that the correct one you're seeing?
Yep, it's good to go.
Good to go. Okay, perfect. Thank you so much. So as Matthew said, my name is Massimo Narini. I'm the Watershed Services Specialist with Lower Trent Conservation. And with me here is Simon Pollard, the Aquatic Monitoring Technician. So as discussed, we're here going to talk to you a little bit about our pilot project, looking at using underwater video to... Matthew, you have your hand raised now.
Yes, sorry, I meant to say we can see your slide screen, but we don't see the presentation screen.
Okay, let me switch that up here, hopefully.
Okay.
PowerPoint slideshow. Is that better?
Yes, it is. Yep.
Perfect. Okay. So yes, we're going to talk about our pilot project that's been run this year on on brook trout and underwater video capture.
So just a little bit of background on brook trout, or their scientific name, Salvelinus fontinalis. Here is a map of their native geographic range. They are a member of the salmonid family of fishes, native to Eastern North America here. Just gonna do this. They're a popular game fish among anglers and an important part of Ontario's aquatic biodiversity. They require cold and clean water, preferably 10 to 18 degrees, as well as gravel substrate for successful spawning. Their embryos need lots of oxygenation. And finally, they're often used as a cold water indicator species for these reasons, because their presence can be used as indicative of high water quality and good cold water habitat. So here is a map of the various tributaries leading into Lake Ontario. And a survey was done, an electrofishing survey was done about 20 years ago, which was monitoring the presence of brook trout. And very unfortunately, in Southern Ontario, it was found that the historical presence of brook trout was reduced by over 75% in Southern Ontario. I want to emphasize the fact that a lot of these tributaries are small wadable creeks, unlike the St. Lawrence River, which is quite a bit larger. And a lot of them are red, meaning that they're absent in these locations. So there's a lot of different anthropogenic factors that are believed to be attributed to this. And this includes things like increased urbanization, reduced water quality, increasing temperatures, increased sedimentation, which can suffocate the embryos or the benthic invertebrates that they consume, as well as habitat fragmentation and other factors that we couldn't possibly list here. So of course, finding brook trout is a major challenge because of the vast scale and resources required to conduct some kind of survey along those tributaries. They're difficult to access, they're small. Electrofishing equipment is quite expensive. You need highly trained personnel. It's invasive to the fish. There's a number of reasons why, especially resources, why it's been so long since we've sort of seen any kind of monitoring done in our area. So several alternative techniques do exist and are being used increasingly around the world, and that includes things like snorkel surveys and underwater video capture. So in comparison to electrofishing, they don't offer the same type of scientific rigor. You can't get like abundance estimates or stuff like that. However, it's arguably better than nothing if it's taking decades to do any kind of population survey.
So just a little bit about the Lower Trent Conservation Watershed. Obviously, we are a little bit further away from a lot of the studies being done in the actual St. Lawrence River. We're about 250 kilometers west of Cornwall. So that dot right there is Cornwall. We're just north of Prince Edward County, for those that kind of have familiarity of this area. That's a zoomed in map showing the 12 sub-watersheds of the Lower Trent Conservation Watershed. Again, we are the furthest downstream section of the Trent River watershed. On the northwest corner, we have Rice Lake, and then the Trent River flows its way all the way down to Lake Ontario on our southern border. We encompass about 2,000 square kilometers, again, between Rice Lake and Lake Ontario. And specifically to us, similarly to other studies, we haven't collected fisheries data in 20 plus years. And there's just limited information in our area specifically, even under other databases such as FWIS. I think the most recent number of entries are something like 2006. So we do have kind of some anecdotal evidence from landowners or just kind of talk around the area that there may be small populations, but it's really unsure kind of what extent and where specifically the fish are residing. So our project was called the Watershed Health Assessment and Brook Trout Monitoring Initiative. It's a pilot project run in 2024, basically with very, very simple goals. Again, we have going from no information from 20 years ago, starting a program and trying to get as much information as possible while also going within the program goals. So basically, we wanted to assess 110 sites across 11 subwatersheds for the presence of brook trout. We do have 12 subwatersheds in the Lower Trent Conservation Watershed, but we excluded the Trent River tributaries itself just because it is a warm water system. And then finding brook trout using underwater video capture. There is some ability for other people that have done this, but specifically in our area and using it as a scientific tool, we just wanted to find even one fish, again, because we didn't really know the extent of the species in our area. And then finally, we used some surveying information just to gather habitat information to create a database of existing conditions. Are there areas for stewardship in the future, restoration, you know, a little bit of water quality, things like that.
Okay, just getting into our underwater camera setup. So first, I just want to preface this with the fact that we are biologists and scientists coming from that sort of background and getting into cinematography for scientific purposes, right? So we were very ignorant of a lot of the features that cameras have and all the various things associated with it. So our experimental setup consisted of GoPro Hero 12 Blacks, which are pretty much the most recent cameras. It boasts some pretty impressive settings, including up to 5.3K resolution, high frame rates, waterproof. But in the real world, so what does that really look like? We're gonna get into it. But so our initial setup looked something like this, where we of course had to use mounts to keep the cameras from getting swept up in the current. We have protective housing and rubber bands on them, which we're gonna get into why we were using that. As well in the bottom part, that's our final setup, and we employed lights and different mounting options. Again, we're going to get into it. So just to list off some of these things, overheating, gigantic file sizes, water leaking issues, computer power for editing, all sorts of interesting things we had no idea we'd have to face. So the first one gets into lighting. So GoPros, unlike some cameras, they're not designed for low light conditions. And so we initially thought we didn't need lighting. However, brook trout like a lot of nooks and crannies to hide. This image you see here is within a cedar forest. Brook trout certainly enjoy these overhead shades. There's fallen branches, pools, etc. Not much light getting in there. And it seems to really enhance our ability to find them. And so this is just one example of how it enabled us to monitor this brook trout. These lights are relatively inexpensive. They're quite great. And we do find that the fish are very curious creatures. They oftentimes do swim right up to the light to give us a solid ID. So I did like that aspect. So the more light with cameras, guess what? The better field of view. So another real one that I can't emphasize enough is turbidity. So this above is an image of the creek before we walked into it, and down there is the image of the creek immediately after we walked into it. It's very important to get an idea of what kind of silt or whatever substrate's on the bottom. You got to minimize how much you're walking into these creeks and be aware of flow and eddies. Brook trout prefer pools, and so it's really tough. You gotta get an idea of how long it will take before that sediment settles out. And so it's just a strategy of trial and error. And I emphasize that you need to get good with that. So it's that balance between best filming results and turbidity.
So next is really about camera positioning. So with this type of monitoring, using 3 GoPros with fixed field of view, it's really about getting a snapshot of what's in the creek. So this specific video, again, is just one small area of a larger creek. That's the only area really of a log being over the creek, giving them some refuge, and we figured that was a good spot to see it. So we used our tablet and GoPro live view. Very, very inexpensive and very simple. Basically, you remove the sheathing off the end of a coaxial cable, make an antenna, and that's what the elastic bands are for, to gently hold it to the back of the camera while we held it up to the back of the tablet. And you can get a live view because you know, what you see with your eyes is very different than what you can see with the cameras. And then finally, we also had that issue with high contrast locations. So going from a bright area where the camera is to low light area, the cameras really had problems with that, or vice versa. So it was very important to see what we were actually filming before we started. Next, going from, again, our cameras had decent frame rates and resolution, but definitely the higher, the better. This video, I know they might be a little bit juddery. The first part is it at full speed, which looks like it's sped up. And then the second part is it slowed down. So again, frame rate and resolution is key for frame by frame analysis. So our settings, we just ended up running at 2.7K, 120 frames per second, because that's the settings, the max settings we could get the GoPros to run at. And then the biggest limiting factor is, again, probably our camera setup with the computing power of the actual GoPros. They overheated if you went too high with resolution and frame rate for the level of the amount of time we had them on. Then again, storage and battery and all those fun things that we learned along the way.
Post-capture video analysis was another caveat. So, I mean, that it's pretty much the biggest drawback of underwater video capture. With electrofishing, you're in the field longer. With underwater video, you're watching videos longer in the comfort of your own home or your office. So let's just get into the storage space. So again, we were using 3 cameras per site. We were recording for 30-minute time periods, and we had done 110 sites. So that's 165 hours of video. That is a lot of video. And how do you store all that? Well, these videos were up to 11 gigabytes per video, which is crazy, right? Well, with storage space, the cost is increasingly going down. It was relatively reasonably priced to get a couple standard state drives. We have like 4 terabytes of storage space, and it is doable. It's just a caveat. We would also recommend getting, but it's not, I didn't use this personally, graphics processing unit for faster playback, because the majority of the video will not have fish. And so you want to speed them up to like faster than 1 time speed. Especially for video editing, it sometimes is an issue. We used a variety of programs, including Boris, which is a hotkey-based program for hotkeying all the various fish and timestamps. VLC Media Player is the economy playback program. And so it allows you to play back video very quickly up to 3 times speed. And it allowed me to do that with any computer. And so I'd highly recommend it because it's free, it's fast, and you can't tell the difference, I can't at least, between good high quality video and VLC. Adobe Premiere Pro, get a GPU.
Some of our preliminary results. So we got great coverage, again, both with the ability to see the target species brook trout, as well as just being able to assess a bunch of spots. So we were able to do 91 sites to date. We have a couple stragglers we're trying to get to. We had some non-viable sites due to landowner access, water depth, so too deep or too shallow, low flow, or high turbidity. And then finally, we were able to find brook trout at 47 of our 86 viable sites. So that's 55%. So again, better than the one that we were hoping to find. Just a little bit about some pros and cons. We kind of have gone over this. Less initial ongoing costs. The biggest thing with this was doing it either with free programs or low costs, so that year over year we can keep doing it. Light equipment for access, non-invasive. You can get information about fish behavior and species distribution. Some of the cons, it is emerging technology, so there's limited standardized methodologies. You can't quite get fish abundance, density, and size structure. And then finally, it is limited by turbidity. It is a snapshot. And then finally, you can only prove presence and not absence, because fish could just be out of shot and they're still there. Some future directions with it, just additional locations, utilizing the existing video data that we have. So we have not been identifying the other fish species we're seeing. We're just doing brook trout. We had done a little bit of work with an AI-based model for fish ID and video analysis, but it wasn't within the scope of this project. And then finally, similar to what we saw yesterday, it's kind of funny how things converge, but we're also potentially in the market for a underwater ROV. So that's kind of some test footage that we had on the top there to move the project forward for some of these deeper sections. And then finally, just an acknowledgement, we were funded by OFAH, Ontario Federation of Anglers and Hunters, Eco Canada, Grassroots Conservation Fund, and then Lower Trent itself. And again, we talked about it earlier, but special thanks to Norman Quinn, Algonquin park biologist. He's retired. He was the one that put us on to using underwater video. So
Thank you.
Thank you, Massimo and Simon. That's I've used GoPros to try to document fish as well in small creeks, and I appreciate all the logistical aspects you were talking about there. So yeah, I would love to catch up with you afterwards as well on some of that. But that's a great new tool, and I'm glad it's working. It seems to document the distribution. So we'll take some questions afterwards after our last presenter, or two presenters. So we have Kate Schwartz and Emma Ehrenfeld from the River Institute, and they'll be presenting on some species at risk work, ongoing work in the St. Lawrence River.
Hello, everybody. Thank you so much for bearing with us through technical difficulties. Hopefully everything is in order now. With that in mind, though, we are going to speed through this a little bit more quickly than we anticipated, just so that everyone has time for questions at the end. So we're going to keep it moving here. Try to. There we go. All right, so my name is Kate Schwartz. Emma Ehrenfeld. We've got some other cool stuff up there on the screen, but if you guys have any more questions about our experience, please feel free to reach out afterwards. So to give you some background on the FINS program, the FINS project was started back in 2015 as a joint effort between the River Institute and the MCA's Environment Program to address community concerns and general knowledge gaps about small fish in the Upper St. Lawrence River. Community members were seeing shifts in the health of game fish and bait fish in the populations in the St. Lawrence River, and these were largely attributed to industrial contamination in the area at the time. At the same time, researchers were observing a lack of data on the distribution and health of small minnow species like the pugnose shiner, and we wondered what interactions and connections these species might have within the fish community as a whole. So since 2015, the crew has collected a wealth of data on nearshore communities and habitats of the Upper St. Lawrence River. With over 600 surveys and more than 230 sites from Prince Edward County to Montreal, we have observed a wide range of habitat types and community compositions. This year was a milestone for the project, not only because it was our 10th year, but because we caught our 200,000th fish. So that's certainly an impressive number, as is the 67 species that we have encountered at all of our survey sites. So the FINS project has completed many nearshore surveys in the Upper St. Lawrence River from the very edge of Lake Ontario, as you can see in Prince Edward County, all the way up into the Ottawa River and some smaller tributaries, and then of course down to Gannawagay and Chateauguay. While the Cornwall and Akwesasne areas are obviously very well documented now, we've also expanded the scope of the project to contribute to some lesser documented areas such as Morrisburg, Cardinal, and Maitland. We've also been able to visit some historical sites for species at risk in the Thousand Islands, and we've confirmed that these areas continue to be refuges for many sensitive species, despite changing conditions and the introduction of invasive species like zebra mussels. We continue to monitor these year-to-year changes and how local species are adapting, or not, to gain valuable insight into how they might be affected by some longer-term changes such as climate change. So one of the new technologies that we're employing for the FINS project is eDNA. eDNA sampling is a newer part of the FINS project. I think we started first using it in 2020. It involves filtering water through a sterile filter to capture fragments of DNA left behind by organisms in the environment. This eDNA can then be extracted and prepared to be analyzed using qPCR. It's a non-invasive way of sampling for species who may not be seen in our sampling efforts, but who are important to recognize as present at a site all the same, especially for invasive species and species at risk. Over the years, we've seen that combining both traditional methods and eDNA leads to the detection of more species than staining alone. And this could be for a variety of reasons. Some fish are very sensitive to activity in the water, very sensitive to disturbance. Some of them are simply found in heavily vegetated areas that are difficult to stain, or beyond the nearshore habitat that we often sample, that's less than 1.5 meters depth. In 2024, we collected eDNA samples at 40 of our sites, and species at risk were documented with staining at 12 of these. So we don't have eDNA results for our 2024 data yet. However, we're working hard to contribute to the research of primers and probes, the testing of those for species of interest. And we do have results from 2021, which we will now share with you. So as you can see, we tend to detect more species overall using eDNA than with staining. As I said, we only sample waters that is around 1.5 meters deep. So signals from fish like lake sturgeon and American eel usually only show up with eDNA. We also see fish that may be present upstream of our sampling sites in areas of riffles and faster flowing water, such as species like the channel darter. This year, as you can see, we actually caught a new species using seining techniques, which is the northern sunfish, and it wasn't actually detected using eDNA. So we're thinking that the reason for that might be they simply were not detected. They didn't spend enough time in the environment to shed sufficient DNA in order to be detected, or that the database did not have the specific genome we were looking for that species. So here is a culmination of the SAR observations for fins this year. It's been a really good year for the project. We caught over 400 individual species at risk fish. It was the first year we captured northern sunfish, as I mentioned, and those were only found in Quebec, so in Gunnewiek and Chateauguay. They do tend to be more common in Quebec than Ontario, but the species is still a very rare find, and we're happy to document it. We only found one cutlet minnow this year, but not to worry, we did find 15 healthy adults as a part of other projects within a well-established area in Cornwall, which we will get to a little bit later. We found pugnose shiners throughout the river along with bridal shiners, and they often tend to share habitat. So getting into some species ID and species-specific stats, we've got the pugnose shiner, which has been our longest star of the show lately for fins. The pugnose shiner is a small fish averaging about 5 centimeters in length. They have a dark lateral stripe or kind of a shimmery bronze stripe above that. And of course, they have a tiny mouth that does not extend beyond the nostril. Documenting pugnose shiners in the river from Lake Ontario to Cornwall has been very exciting for us. You can see the map on the right there is from the 2013 recovery strategy, and it includes a lot of gaps. Like Prince Edward County is very well covered, but other than that, we see a lot of gaps for that species. And then today, 10 years after that publication, that species does remain listed as threatened in Ontario. And this is caused primarily by pollution and habitat degradation. Now, this is our new map. You can see that we've been able to fill quite a few of those gaps. These efforts to better understand the distribution of pugnose shiner have been very rewarding, and the map above includes sites where we've documented the species since the beginning of the project. We've filled many of the gaps, but one of the main things is we've been able to return to those sites year after year to document year-to-year changes, and the return sites are essential in understanding the capacity of these species to adapt to changes. Through workshops, public outreach activities, social media posts, etc., we've been able to teach others about these lesser known fishes in the river. We often find that when we interact with the public, they use minnow as an overarching kind of umbrella term to refer to all small fishes, but it's been really rewarding to teach people about how diverse and important these fish can be.
So this is the bridal shiner. It's another small shiner species. It looks super similar to the pugnose shiner, but it's lacking the dark pigment on its chin. It also has a really small mouth though. It's also listed as a species of concern in Ontario, but we have found them to be pretty predictable, usually being found in heavily vegetated wetland type habitats, and they're locally abundant. And a really good example of this is when sampling in a reliable site in Brockville, we caught almost 300 of these guys. So here is a map depicting the sites where we detected pugnose shiner, bridal shiner, and where they co-occurred in 2021. Bridals tended to avoid the more open rocky sites downstream of Brockville, where pugnose seemed to do all right, potentially moving offshore to hide in vegetation. We detected more areas with just bridals downstream of Cornwall, where the current is weaker and the river widens to include more coastal wetlands. And pugnose were detected with eDNA at 26 sites in 2021, with only 6 of these correlating with seining efforts. Bridal shiner detection was less successful at that time, with 15 positive eDNA hits and only 3 correlations with our seining effort. This is the cutlet minnow. They're always a really exciting fish to find during surveys, and we're happy to tell you that one of the healthiest populations of cutlet that we know of is found right here in Cornwall in the fast-moving water of Rotary Creek. This creek was actually created around 1994 in an effort to provide fish habitat lost by straightening the shoreline during the industrialization of and along the river. And when the shoreline is altered in this way, we lose a lot of really important fish habitat, such as inlets, small bays, reefs, etc. But one of those fish that has greatly benefited from the creation of this creek was the cutlet minnow, and they thrive in the fast, clear water and rocky bottom of the creek. Staff at the River Institute have actually been documenting these guys at the site since the creation of the creek and have found that the fish are using it not only as key habitat, but they're spawning there too. And as you can see in like the small picture we included there, they have a really distinct trilobed lower jaw that they use for moving pebbles to their nests. And they also can use this feature for defense of their nests. Cutlet minnows are masters at plucking the eyes out of nosy predators who try to eat their eggs. But unfortunately, this unique species is listed as threatened, and they're very sensitive to the degradation of habitat and sedimentation over their spawning beds. So here are some 2021 eDNA results for the pugnoshinor cutlet minnow. As you can see, there are many more detections of pugnoshinor than that of cutlet minnow, and this is reflected in our SANE data from 2021 as well. Cutlet minnows were only captured at one site at that time, compared to 9 sites where pugnos were found. And we can expect similar results using eDNA from more recent years, which highlights the importance of local conservation efforts for the cutlet minnow in the upper St. Lawrence River. So this is a really exciting new project that we've been working on this year, and it's habitat restoration for cutlet minnow, and it's possible thanks to DFO's Canada Nature Fund for Aquatic Species at Risk. Since cutlet minnow make their nests out of small pebbles, we will be adding pea gravel to 5 different sites where the fish have been found in the past, or areas that we believe are promising habitat for the species. Last week, we deposited gravel at our first site, which we'll get to in a moment. We will also be planting native species of shrubs, bushes, and grasses along the shores of our restoration sites with the support of Watersheds Canada, who have been a great help with the selection of plant species that will be most ideal for each site. The intention of the planting is to reinforce shorelines to reduce erosion and subsequent sedimentation over valuable cutlet minnow nesting sites. So here's our first restoration site, and this is actually just the inlet right next to the River Institute here in Cornwall. And this is where cutlet minnow have been found very consistently over the years. So as you can see on the map, we chose 6 locations to provide varying depths and current for the fish to choose from. And each point has about 3 to 4 square feet of gravel, which we gently spread out over the existing cobble and silt. And really exciting to see in the future if we can find them during post-restoration fish surveys. So the future of the FINS project is bright. We plan to continue our surveys along the river, documenting commonly overlooked, so-called unremarkable nearshore species. Over 10 years of documenting these species has not only inspired countless members of the community to care about the water, but also created a wealth of knowledge about habitat preferences for minnows of all kinds. Using the information we collect about habitat types and the fish that live in them, we can better inform conservation efforts when fish are experiencing decline or other struggles. And that's why we're very excited to complete the restoration work for cutlet minnows by providing nesting material for them. Next year, when we return to our restoration sites, we hope to see many more of the minnows living and even spawning. We have 4 more sites to add gravel to, but we hope to add many more locations to our list in the future. And as always, we're so grateful for all the help and support we get from so many different people and organizations. And we'll be very happy to take any questions you guys have after, I guess, next. So.
Thank you, Kate and Emma. That was great. Great to see that update, and some of that was new for me too. So I was learning along the way. So we do have time for questions, and one of the things I'm thinking about is just this theme of connections and all these different collaborations that are supporting all this work. You know, with FINS, and we have that wonderful eDNA support from Dr. Stephen Lougheed's lab at Queen's University, and Stafford Miracle with all that great eDNA results. And for the Gobi work, we have Dr. John Farrell at SUNY ESF and the director of the Thousand Islands Biological Station, providing a lot of the data for the distributions on the south side of the river, and our partners in Quebec, Jessica Goldsmith and the Quebec Ministry, providing the Quebec data as well. So it's so many different connections are evident through these projects and presentations. So I think that's really nice to see that theme emerge as well. So yeah, we'll be able to, we have a few minutes left for some questions. And I'll wait to see if that comes up on the screen there. I have so many as well. Maybe one I had for Massimo and Simon was just, you know, there's some technical aspects with your work with the the video, and I couldn't recall, had you looked into environmental DNA sampling as well to get a sense of the distribution of your brook trout across the watershed?
So not specifically part of this pilot project. I'm just trying to contact as many different people and groups and anyone that's looking at, do they have any data? Do they have any projects? I know MNR is doing some brook trout eDNA work, and I've been in touch with a contact I have, I believe, at DFO, and there was talks, because ultimately, like, that would be a great method to kind of employ here. And again, it's trying to go from having no fisheries program to how can we get something started. And I think this is a good, like, kicking off point and starting off point. And again, it's nice to show people, and we get a lot of great footage to say, hey, look at these beautiful fish we have, or a number of sites that we went to and talked to people, and they would go, oh yeah, there was no fish in the creek there, and we would literally take the tablet and go, here, look at these fish that we saw, and they're beautiful, and you don't have a degraded ecosystem here, or whatever the case may be. So yeah, it's kind of the next steps is how do we move forward, and definitely whether we can get our hands on electrofisher, or maybe some sign netting, or maybe some some even just minnow trapping, something to get additional data to kind of reinforce this. This is kind of our jumping off point type thing. So yeah.
Great. Yeah, there's lots of potential there, and even pairing up other methods with your video footage just to kind of verify and build on it. But yeah, great. That's a great pilot project. Thanks for sharing that. So yeah, we do have maybe time for one more question. I have so many though. I'm trying to let others answer. And I because I work with Mackenzie and Emma and Kate, I can always ask them these questions afterwards. But maybe Kate and Emma, is there one, is there a favorite part of your work that favorite species that you have a great hope for in terms of how much you've discovered of species of risk in the river? The outlook for a specific species.
Well, like Emma mentioned at the end of the presentation there, I'm really excited that we're starting to get into the habitat restoration side of things. I mean, we've got so many years behind us of really great baseline monitoring for species like the Cutlet minnow. I think it kind of puts us ahead of the game in knowing where those preferred habitats are and what we can do to help them. Since we've been looking at them for 10 years, it kind of gives us a little bit of hope to start seeing some positive changes, and maybe even seeing more cutlet in the creek, and just increasing the reliability of those sites for those species and making more of them as well. How about you?
Yeah, I couldn't have said it.
For sure. It's great to see that restoration now building on all that monitoring data. And, this links really well with Mackenzie, your presentation too, with the, a new goby species moving into a lot of these habitats where species of risk have been mapped out as well. And, seeing those linkages between what might happen there. Yeah. And so yeah, we're working, as Mackenzie said, on a manuscript as well with our collaborators on sharing all that results of the new expansion of gobies throughout the river too. So please stay tuned for that. And I encourage everyone to reach out to all of our presenters with additional questions or follow-ups. Everybody's emails are in the abstracts and on the symposium website. So thank you to our presenters for sharing all of your work today, and we'll be coming back relatively shortly with our next session. Thanks, everybody.
I'm just getting some messages in here real quick. So we did go a little over time in that session just because of some technical difficulties. So we'll just take a moment here to regroup in the background. But we should be back in just a minute for our session number 10. So give me one moment here.
Okay, so good morning, everyone. My name is Emilie DeRochie, and I'm pleased to welcome you to session number 10, from learning to protecting environmental education initiatives to achieve a healthy river for generations to come. So this session was inspired by the fact that education can go a really long way in engaging youth and all learners with the environment to better protect the environment for future generations to come. So we can't discount the vital importance of education and going forward for our environmental initiatives. So our first presentation is actually going to be myself. So I will share my screen and we can get started. Just a second here. Awesome. So thank you for bearing with me here. So as I said, my name is Emilie DeRochie, and I am the River Strategy Coordinator at the River Institute. But I'm also involved in education initiatives as well. So I do have a background in education. So today I am presenting about pedagogies of environmental education for change, project-based learning activities to encourage future change makers. So I recently completed a Master of Education at Lakehead University. And so this is a bit of a rendition of my master's portfolio. So as I said, I'm Leigh McGaughey, and I just completed my Master of Education through Lakehead University. So I've been at the River Institute on and off for years. So this is like my 7th or 8th year total being around at the River Institute, full-time for about 3 years now. So I started off working in the education programs, doing the camps and education programs, field stuff, things like that. And I also teach now for the environmental technician program at St. Lawrence College. So I teach general biology and freshwater ecology too. And after my undergraduate degree at Carleton University, I pursued a Bachelor of Education at the University of Ottawa. So I am an Ontario certified teacher for secondary and intermediate grades. And then of course, Lakehead University. So that's what kind of brings me into this realm of environmental education. So I had 2 main questions in thinking about education materials. So number 1 was, how can I contribute to meaningful change? So I was actually at a workshop by the Great River Rapport. I know this sounds kind of staged, however, it is a true story. This amazing individual named Christina Enright was doing a workshop about how she's advocating for and protecting monarch butterflies through various means. And as this individual was telling us about her story and her passion, I was thinking to myself, how can I be a change maker like her? And so this is where this first question comes in. How can I contribute to meaningful change? And so I thought to myself, well, the best tool I currently have in my toolbox, I think, would be education. And so that's kind of where these education materials that I'll cover today are kind of sprouted from. So question number 2, now I want to create education materials to contribute to change, but how do we design educational activities for change? So in thinking about pedagogies of environmental education, it's really important that we combine a variety of pedagogies. There's so many out there that need to be combined to have a more meaningful impact. And of course, I argue that project-based learning activities are likely one of the most meaningful ways to do so. So in combining all of these together, I gave rise to what is called the Great River Rapport Changemaker series. So some key environmental education pedagogies include activist pedagogies, having youth literally take action in their communities for issues that matter to them, whether it's social or environmental issues. And then, of course, land-based pedagogies. So pedagogies that are shaped by the Indigenous peoples of these lands and waters. And then wild pedagogies, having learners go out and interact with the environment directly and spend time in it, connecting with it. Some challenges, of course, in thinking about project-based learning activities and all of these pedagogies are, firstly, time. a lot of educators in their classrooms currently don't have the time to fit everything in. The curriculum is super vast, and so making time to have these really meaningful projects in the classroom is sometimes really hard. And then, of course, training. So there is a need for increased professional development for in-service teachers and pre-service teachers to provide meaningful project-based learning activities with all of these different pedagogies included to have this meaningful impact for education for change. So in an effort to overcome these kind of challenges, we have the Great River Report's Changemakers series, which has this goal to show learners that anyone can be a change maker. I do want to emphasize the fact that, of course, the Great River Report's Changemakers series are education materials that are freely available for educators, but doesn't completely overcome all of these challenges, of course. But it is a step, hopefully, in the right direction. So what is the Great River Report's Changemakers series? These are education materials that are cross-curricular. So that's trying to get over that challenge of not being enough time to cover all those curricular links, of course, which includes case study stories about an individual change maker, followed by a project-based learning activity for learners in grades 7 to 12, and they are free to access for educators and include detailed lesson plans. So I'm trying to make these materials overcome many of these challenges that educators face and bring in these types of things into the classroom. So I'm going to go over the components of this Changemakers series. So firstly, as you've all likely heard through other presentations about the Great River Report project, the project is framed through the Haudenosaunee Ohandegaladekwa. And so this project has the Indigenous art by Apsaslono, Victoria Ransom, and we have the different levels of the Ohandegaladekwa at the forefront of these materials to firstly connect the learners with these different levels of creation, to bring their minds together as one before working together on these projects. Next, to keep learners on track as to what they're reading and to make sure that we're catering to learners in grade 7 all the way up to 12, we have subheadings. So we have the introduction, learners know this is just a quick little intro, a biography, subheadings about their change-making actions, unique subheading about their specific work. So for example, we think about monarch butterflies, for example, it could be about monarch butterflies' life cycle. And then a conclusion, our concluding thoughts about what makes these individuals change makers. Throughout these stories as well, in an effort to ensure that we are catering to all grades and vocabularies, we have keywords and definitions. So you'll see here on the page, there are some key terms that are highlighted or bolded throughout the story. And then we have definitions below. And that's just to support learners and direct learners to more information about specific like organizations or things that are mentioned throughout the stories. And then we have the lesson plans, and this is where the learners step into the shoes of a change maker. So these are detailed, but not too overwhelming that teachers would maybe be overwhelmed by all the information. So I tried to make them in key point format, where we have number 1 being read, number 2, class discussion prompts, number 3, watch, and then number 4 being usually be the change maker. And so we hope that these are clear enough for educators and have enough guidance that they can easily bring these project-based learning activities into their classrooms with more ease. So with all that, I'll now introduce you to our amazing Great River Report changemakers. So of course, I mentioned on how Christina Enright was kind of the inspiration behind these materials. So the first story that came out was about Christina Enright and is called The Butterfly Effect. So learners step into the shoes of this amazing change maker by going out into the environment, wild pedagogies, and spending time in the environment looking for an organism that is interesting to them to then research it and advocate for it. Next, we have Lawrence Guenther, who presented yesterday at the River Symposium. So big shout out to Lawrence, who is fishing for change. And so many of you are likely aware, Lawrence is an amazing podcaster. So for this learning activity, learners create a podcast with a change-making message. And so we have a step-by-step guide for learners to create their podcast, as well as resources to edit and share their information. Next, so sorry, my computer's doing something weird here. There we go. We have Kat Kavanagh, who you may also remember from yesterday at the River Symposium. So the title of Kat's story is "What Are You Designing?" And so for Kat's learning activity, there's actually two options. And so we have, of course, water quality testing with the amazing Water Rangers kits. But we know that not all educators have access to these kits yet. So we also have a mini aqua hacking innovation challenge where students step into the shoes of a changemaker by trying to address and make a project pitch to address freshwater crises in their communities. A really exciting aspect of this changemaker is that we also tried to overcome this barrier of learners not having access to these kits sometimes, to have a free and actually borrow these kits to bring into their classrooms so that their learners can take part and engage with the water like Kat does. So if you're interested in borrowing kits and bringing water quality testing into your classroom, I do encourage you to reach out. And also a shout out to Devine for making this program possible. Next, we have Philip Ling, who is Powered by Nature. So Philip Ling is the owner of the Maitland Tower site and is working to restore this site to be a space for community. And so the change-making activity in which learners step into for this changemaker is a role-playing activity where they pitch ideas for what this site could look like in the future to achieve sustainability and a space for community. And so learners are actually encouraged to take it a step further and actually bring their ideas to Philip to maybe implement at the site in the future kind of thing. Next, and this one's not released yet, but you may recognize this face. This is Stephanie Hildebrand, my colleague here on the Great River Report team. And Stephanie is framing the environment. And so for Stephanie's learning activities, learners go out into the environment, again, wild pedagogies, and engage with the environment to then take photos of it and create a photo story to advocate for place. And then we have Abraham Francis. Again, this changemaker case study bundle has not been released yet. And as many of you are likely aware, Abraham is a voice for the river, advocating for the rights of rivers with the organization Talking Rivers, among many other amazing activities that Abe does to advocate for his community and the river. And so for Abraham's learning activity, learners actually write a letter to the river or an ecosystem that they care about to advocate for it, and hopefully share their letters to bring awareness and care for it beyond their classrooms as well. Next steps for the Changemaker series is to release these two changemakers I just spoke of, Stephanie Hildebrand and Abraham Francis. This is coming very soon, so please do keep an eye on our website and our social media channels. We want to distribute these materials also very widely. We want to make these accessible to teachers to help them come over these challenges and bringing project-based learning activities to their learners. We also have most of these bundles translated into French, and we'll continue to do so for our two newest changemakers. We want to expand our Water Ranger Kit lending program to teachers and make sure that it's known in this local community that this is available. And I personally want to create professional development opportunities for educators to further enhance bringing project-based learning activities into classrooms at a greater scale, to have a more meaningful impact, to make more meaningful change going forward for both our river and broad ecosystems. So how can you bring the Changemaker series into your classroom? You can check out the Great River Report website. They are free to download. They're in the form of PDFs. And if you're maybe not an educator, perhaps you can share with those that you do know. Again, it's for grades 7 to 12. Please watch our social media platforms for whenever we release our next Changemakers. And please do stay in touch as well. We would love to hear from you about your feedback on using these in the classroom and how perhaps we can enhance them going forward. That's all the time I have for right now. I'd just like to acknowledge my MED portfolio supervisor, Dr. Ellen Field, as well as my committee member, Dr. Lisa Courtway, and of course, the lead of the Great River Report, Dr. Leigh McGaughey, as this is a Great River Report project that was brought into my med portfolio, and the design by Stephanie Hildebrand. Of course, the time and efforts from our changemakers to be co-creators of these stories that we share with learners. I want to shout out to Abraham Francis, Christina Enright, Lawrence Gunther, Philip Ling, Kat Kavanagh, and of course, Stephanie Hildebrand. So I'd be happy to take any questions at the end of the session, and looking forward to the next talks. Okay, so our next presentation we are going to bring river connections through education. Please take it away, Alanna and Olivianne.
Thanks, I'm just going to share my screen quickly. All right. So welcome everyone. We are going to be talking about river connections through education. My name is Alanna Akkermans, and I'm joined by my fabulous colleague, Olivianne Devine. We're both environmental educators and biologists at the River Institute. I studied at Concordia University and St. Lawrence College, and I have a particular interest in biology and ecology. I'll let Olivianne introduce herself quickly.
Hi, everybody. My name is Olivianne Devine. I got my bachelor's in science and biology from the University of Ottawa. I graduated last year, and then I've been with the River Institute since February of this year.
Awesome. So we're going to be talking about what education programming at the River Institute looks like, what our reach is, and our connections to the river through our programming. And then we're going to talk a little bit about how being educators has influenced our connection to the river, and how that influences us as environmental educators. So our programming at the River Institute, we do hands-on learning. We like to get the kids outside and immersed in the science that we do at the River Institute. A lot of the stuff that we do with the kids is contributing to a lot of our active projects that we have ongoing. One of our most popular programs that we do is aquatic invertebrate ecology. Students get outside, get into the river to sample, they get to use different equipment that they probably have never seen before, and they get to learn how to use microscopes. It's one of in my opinion, it's pretty successful in getting kids to be hands-on with science and also spark that curiosity, whether they knew before or not, if they had an interest in science at all. So here is some of our programming in action. I think we could do a whole talk on just what our programming looks like and share all kinds of photos, but our favorite thing to do is get the kids outside and participating. But something that's really unique about our programming is that we're able to bring the outside in. So a lot of the time we're also in classrooms, or we can do it online. Some of the cool stuff that we get to do is we get the kids into the river, or sometimes on the river, they're out on the boat with us. So we have a diversity in the way that we can offer our programming as well. And so we usually primarily work with elementary and high school students, but we also have our summer and co-op students that are with us. And we also have different ways that we interact with the public. And so I'm going to pass it over to Olivianne so she could talk a little bit about our reach.
So here we have a little bit of a summary of the statistics from the year of 2023 and then 2024 to date. You can see we've reached over 4,500 students in 2023, did 100+ workshops. We have a few of our main events like the Water Festival, which is always a really great event that reaches a ton of kids. And then our summer camps, which are always really great. You can see a list of our school workshops that we do. Those are the main ones that Alanna spoke on just a minute ago. In addition to those, we're also able to kind of cater to teachers. We like to talk to teachers and find out what their learning goals are for our workshops, and kind of adjust our programming and make it specific to them. So just recently, a teacher reached out to us and wanted to, had some concerns about the biodiversity and health of a local waterway, and we were able to adjust our programming specifically to them and go do a workshop about that. We also do some other events like March break activities, fish tank, our competition that we held yesterday at the symposium, skills competition, Rotary Adventures, bat activities, all kinds of things. And then in 2024, you can see that we're on track to actually surpass our stats from last year, which is really, really great. So here we have a little bit of a different view of 2023. So we do work with both high school and elementary students, so grades K to 12. And then we offer programming both in French and English. So that is really great. We get to reach a lot of people, a really wide audience. We do some online programming. Most of our programming is done in person because we like that hands-on science aspect where kids get to actually be in the field and do activities with us. But the online component is also really, really important. Just this spring, we did an online program, and we're able to reach schools that are much further away, like schools in BC and throughout the United States, which is really, really exciting to do. And then on the right, we have a graph. This is from 2014 to date, and that just shows our growth throughout the years. Me and Alanna haven't been at the River Institute for that long, so it's really a credit to previous educators at the River Institute, a lot of which who still work at the River Institute, who were a part of the education team at some point. They've really shaped the program in a way that has allowed for that growth and formed those connections with schools and teachers who come back every year to work with us. So feedback is a really big thing for us. After workshops or events, we always reach out to people to hear what types of things that we can improve on to improve our workshops. So after events, we have these feedback forms that students and teachers can fill out and just tell us what they did like, what they didn't like about the event, and how we can change it and improve. So here are a few examples of some parents and teachers, some feedbacks that we've gotten back from them. And it's always really great to see the positive feedback that we get, because it's really rewarding to know that we're doing a good job and people enjoy it. So we have a lot of co-op and summer students who come through the River Institute, and these ranges from high school students, college students, and university students. It's always great to have them. They're a great help, and it's really great experience for them as well. This is not your typical job. Every day looks a little bit different. One day they could be helping us with the workshop with kids, and the next they could be on the boat seining for fish. They get to do a lot of different things, and also find out if this is something for them, if they really want a career in science, a career in education. And they also get to form really great connections with the staff at the River Institute. So we have a little quote from Olivia, a summer student who you can see on the far left of the picture. She's standing with her 2 thumbs up. She's a returning summer student, so a lot of times we get a co-op student that does a placement with school, and then they come with us for the summer because they really enjoyed their time here. Okay, and then so I talked a lot about in-school workshops. We do most of our programming is with schools, but we also do some things with the general public. So these are people who are maybe outside of that range of K to 12, or they're older or younger, or also homeschooling kids don't necessarily get to experience these types of things because they're not within the school system and doing school programs. So we have a lot of different partnerships. One of our main ones is with OPG in Cornwall. We get to host events at their facility, something like the family workshops that we do with them. And then we also host things at Cooper Marsh. The RSCA is a really great partner that we have. And then the City of Cornwall, we do some other outreach events like Eco Day, etc.
So now we're going to talk a little bit about the impacts that it has on us as educators working within environmental education and then also working so closely with the river. I think it's very unique on its own when you're an environmental educator, but I think working at the River Institute in education is also something very special. We're constantly involved in active research, whether it's someone from the team's project themselves or someone at the River Institute as a whole. We're always learning together. There's always an opportunity to learn. And I think, you can, anyone can teach you something, especially children. So, we're always challenged, how we look at things, how we explain things. And so you kind of learn something new from that all the time. And over my time at the River Institute, I've gained some really special connections to places, sounds, and people. And then I think also too, just that the education team at the River Institute is so inviting and we have such a dynamic team and everyone is so different. I think it really strengthens our ability to share our knowledge, and because we're all working towards the same goal of conserving our environment and taking care of the river, it really gives us a unique opportunity to work together. And I think that strengthens our abilities, not as just educators, but as biologists and scientists. So I'm going to just pass it over to Olivianne so she could talk a little bit about her experience.
Yeah, so I actually grew up along the St. Lawrence River. I still live beside it. I'm actually looking at it right now. So I feel a really deep connection with the river. Some of my fondest memories growing up are spent either on or inside the river, like swimming, kayaking, boating, skating on it in the winter. So working like with the River Institute, who is an organization who does so much good for the river, is something that's super, super special to me. And in my role as an educator, I'm able to connect people who don't necessarily have that connection with the river, who don't have prior experience being close to the river. Oftentimes during like workshops and programs, I'll hear people or kids say like, "Oh my goodness, I've never been in the river. I've never touched a fish before." So it's really a fun aspect to connect people to the river, and it's rewarding to see the next generation form those connections and hopefully have them understand its importance and inspire them to take care of it and protect it for many years to come. And then
Yeah. Anyone that's been around me for longer than 10 seconds or asks me about my job, the sentence will come out of my mouth: I have the best teaching job in the world. I get to work with youth and be able to teach them about the things that I care about the most. And every day I get to come to work and do all the things that I love. And so one of my favorite parts too is when you're doing a program and there's kids and they just look at you and they go, "You get paid to do this? This is your job?" And you're like, "It is. It really is." I have a really deep love for the environment and animals, and this job has allowed me to just immerse myself in that and to learn more and more every day about it. And I'm also given the opportunity to make a difference in my local environment, in my community, and also beyond that, beyond the limits of Cornwall and SDNG. And I think that's just something that's really meaningful. And every day I get a deeper appreciation for the river. And so we can't just talk about our experience either without talking about our whole team. Dr. Christina Charette is our coordinator. She's the mastermind behind all the scheduling so that we can go out and do the things that we love so much. Without her, we wouldn't be able to do it. And she's always challenging our critical thinking skills. She's always offering something for us to learn from her. And she's just always been a really great component to have on our team. And then obviously there's our fearless leader, Dr. Brian Hickey. He's a great example of an environmental educator, and he leads by example. His passion for the environment and conservation really inspires us to work hard every day and to be the best educator that we can be. And so, we're only as good at our job because we have such a great team behind us. And for that, we're also very grateful. And because we have such a great connection as a team, I think that strengthens also our love and connection to the river. So thank you so much, everyone, for coming along with us for our journey of our river connections through our education programming.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you so much, Alanna and Olivianne. It's really great to have you guys come and present about the awesome hands-on experiences that we have available at the Institute that we're all very, very proud of. So thank you to you and the team. Our next presenter is Allison, presenting about choosing your Great Lakes future, a game to explore future scenarios and inspire Great Lakes champions. I'll now pass it over to Allison. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Em. And yes, I'm Allison Voglesong Zejnati. I'm the Public Affairs Specialist for the Great Lakes Regional Office of the International Joint Commission. I'm located in the Lake Erie watershed, which is Wauwiatunong, also called Detroit, Michigan in the United States. Wauwiatunong is the traditional territory and meeting place of the Odawa, Ojibwe, Potawatomi, as well as the Wendat, Iroquois, Fox, Miami, and Sauk people. I'm here today on behalf of the International Joint Commission's Great Lakes Water Quality Board to share a bit about why and how they created their scenario game, Choosing Your Great Lakes Future, based on their Great Lakes Horizons project. The International Joint Commission is an independent organization created through the Boundary Waters Treaty by Canada and the United States. It's an impartial, science-based advisor that helps the two countries prevent and resolve disputes over waterways spanning the international border. Through the Great Lakes Water Quality Agreement, the International Joint Commission, or IJC, assists Canadian and U.S. governments to help restore, protect, and enhance the Great Lakes and the Upper St. Lawrence River to the international boundary, which is a rather arbitrary line to stop at, but that's where it does. The Great Lakes Water Quality Agreement established the Great Lakes Water Quality Board to be the principal advisor to the IJC. The agreement set the board's mandate to help the IJC review and assess progress toward achieving the agreement's goals for fishable, swimmable, and drinkable waters, to identify emerging issues, and to recommend strategies and prevent and resolve complex challenges. The IJC appoints experts who volunteer to the Great Lakes Water Quality Board. Members participate in work groups, and I want to recognize the work group members who came up with the initial project idea and volunteered countless hours in its development and implementation. Typically, the board's advice to the IJC addresses topics on the visible horizon, but when you look at problems that we're working to solve today, many of them are legacy issues that were caused generations ago. These decisions made back in the day weren't necessarily water quality decisions. They were decisions about the economy, politics, infrastructure, society. This before and after video I got here, it's many of you can tell, shows part of the St. Lawrence River pre-Seaway in 1955, and then the same area 50 years later in 2009. And obviously this underwent a lot of ecological change for the purpose of infrastructure. And decisions like this are just one example of decisions that have ripple effects on ecology and water quality of the Great Lakes St. Lawrence River Basin. And so from that perspective, the Great Lakes Water Quality Board reflected on the time scale that they use in their work. And in 2020, they initiated a project to explore ways to scan beyond the visible horizon in front of us. Their focus was not to try to predict what's coming next, but rather develop a set of tools that spark conversation about the factors driving system-level changes that will impact the Great Lakes St. Lawrence ecosystem over the next generation. The starting point of the Great Lakes Horizons project is to identify critical system drivers that influence the ecosystem. They examine categories of actions and decisions that might set on a path towards better or worse future conditions. And so these are decisions about factors including climate and ecology, which directly drive changes to the system, but also factors that indirectly drive impacts relating to social values, economic development, geopolitics, all shaping the trajectory of where the future might lead. And these drivers don't necessarily exist independently of one another. They're part of larger systems of change that operate both within and beyond the reach of our influence in the region. For the project's first task, there was a literature review that gathered evidence about the recent trends for these different driver areas. And then the board engaged in a lot of thoughtful dialogue, hosting a symposium for experts to focus on prioritizing the criticality of each driver. There was a system mapping exercise around these driver areas. And then there were 4 regional engagements held with tribes, First Nations, governments, and community organizations from around the basin. And that culminated in a phase 1 report by contractors in 2023. And in that, 13 drivers of future change emerged from all that engaged research and dialogue. And so these are factors that directly or indirectly might shape significantly the trajectory and fate of the ecosystem. And it also developed 4 hypothetical future scenarios describing what the region could look like 3 decades from now in the 2050s. And so just as we simplify the vastness and complexity within the 13 driver areas, they also broadly conceive the scenarios ranging from drastically worse to today to an ideal future. And the possibilities for our future don't exist within 4 neat bins on a tidy continuum. They're not the states of our fates. These scenarios describe the overall trend or path along which we might be traveling in toward the future. And so the 2023 report, there's a table that's got a matrix of how the different states within the 13 drivers crosswalk with what they might look like in these 4 scenarios. But the goal of the project is much more than documenting this matrix of driver states and conditions to justify why any given scenario is desirable or undesirable. All along, the goals have been to engage people in product that help them learn about the future of the 4 scenarios and the drivers that are behind them, foster an appreciation for how our actions today can affect our future ecosystem, and then inspire people to champion policies and decisions that will keep us on the path toward the desired future vision for a sustainable region. And to that end, the project work group spent the past year developing the second phase of the Great Lakes Horizons project. And so translating those drivers and scenarios into the Choosing Your Great Lakes Future game. And I'm going to give a really short demo of the game. Feel free to navigate to the game now. That's ijc.org/horizon. But I do encourage you to play it with your undivided attention at another time. For that, learning intention purpose. So the landing page has a video that sets up the future scenario that you have to make decisions that will shape your community's quality of life. And then you'll learn what impact those decisions you made today would have in 2050. The first question does not factor into the future scenario you get, but we wanted to rather have people start by clarifying for themselves their own frame of reference. What state do they perceive their ecosystem is in today? And then each of the 13 drivers are presented. When you click on one, a question pops up that poses a hypothetical scenario and prompts players to make a choice. Each answer corresponds to one of the 4 scenarios, but we tried to make the choices nuanced where possible. So drivers like governance and societal values, they're woven into some of these answer options. So for example, answers that incorporate more democratic or collaborative processes or reflect more inclusivity and diversity, those would be ones that fall into the best category rather than just more technically correct answers. And within the question types, we also have a little bit of variety. So most have choose one of 4 multiple choice answers, but some are a slider style. We didn't want the questions to be radically different, but we didn't want them to be all the same. And the order answer is also mixed up, so you can't just game the game by picking all the first or all the last, right? Not every answer is worst to best in that order. And the icons turn blue when they've been answered. We decided to let people choose the answers based on what they think. And then you have to wait until you're done to find out whether your answers, like how each answer corresponded to the scenario categories. We thought that color coding the responses immediately would just make people want to go back in and then pick, what might be the best score. And so this way, without the grading, the first play is a true reflection of what you genuinely think And so on the back end, the math here is very simple. The final scenario is derived from an average of your scores answered. There's no minimum number of answers or questions that you have to answer. I was not looking at the answers I was picking just now, so I don't truly believe in a bleak future myself. But we also continue to consider options such as, should all of these drivers be weighted completely equally? Are there any answers that would constitute a tipping point where you pick that, and even if you pick the best for the others, you're not going to get to an ideal scenario, for example. So we decided for this first iteration of the game to keep things really simple and learn from our users going forward. Once you submit your answers, you get this scenario. There's a nice animation. You won't be able to watch it very well here, but it kind of games out what the scenario looks like in 2050 based on your decisions. And then you can also check your answers. You cannot change your answers in this this part of the game. You have to play the game again to then go back and find out how different answers might change the scenario outcome. And again, we thought that this would encourage learning as opposed to just figuring out how to get this whole thing to go green, right? And game the system that way. And finally, we recognize when it comes to these drivers, there's a lot of factors and elements that arise from beyond the realm of the jurisdictions that are within the basin, the watershed, and like greenhouse gas emissions globally. But so the actions and decision points in the scenario game are localized choices reflecting options that are within the grasp of influence for individuals, leaders, businesses, and communities in the region. That was just an intentional choice we made in developing the game. So what is next for the game? Our aspiration is that it inspires people to become champions of your future. The Great Lakes Water Quality Agreement itself is a guiding framework for us all to work together toward a shared vision of a healthy and prosperous region for the benefit of present and future generations. And putting this agreement into action and upholding its commitments requires us to think beyond ourselves and beyond this visible time horizon of just today's decisions and their immediate consequences or benefits. One of our outcomes is we hope that people learn from the game by playing it a couple times. It's not about winning. So we hope that others can use this as an educational resource. We've heard from educators, we've heard from students. Grad students say this is a vast oversimplification of a complex system. It does not represent real world trade-offs. But educators who are working with younger audiences, folks with less background, newcomers, they say that the simplicity of the game is what makes it a great entry point for starting to think about those complex things in a simplified way. So we'd love anyone's feedback on the game and how you might use it as an educational tool. We want it to foster an appreciation for the future impact of today's decisions. So we envision this not as a game originally, but as a tool, because we thought maybe others could use it to facilitate learning in your community with decision makers to spark conversations about how decisions might affect the trajectory towards the future and how non-environment decisions affect the environment. And we're hoping that all this learning and appreciation inspires people to become champions for the future. And so, as I've said, we've gotten feedback. We're conducting focus group discussions with educators and with students in November, with decision makers later on as well. If you'd like to participate in those, please contact me. We may or may not be refining the game, doing a 2.0 with the feedback that we're getting, but we're certainly summarizing the feedback we're receiving, and we'll be thinking about next steps in spring of next year. So I really look forward to hearing from those of you who do play the game, and thank you so much for your time.
Thank you so much, Allison. This is a really neat tool, and I look forward to exploring ways that I can maybe bring it into some of the teaching that I do for the environmental technician program. So thank you for sharing with us, and hopefully we can connect and chat more about it in the future. Next up, we have Julie Reed from Take Me Outside. Take Me Outside actually just celebrated Take Me Outside Day, which was on October 23rd, which is an initiative to encourage educators and learners to get outside and learn outdoors, because that's where some of the best learning, of course, will take place, especially in the environmental context. So Julie is presenting about healthy ecosystems, healthy humans, outdoor learning programs and resources that support the well-being of educators, learners, and rivers. Take it away, Julie.
Thank you so much. So hi, everyone. I'm so excited to be here today and to be part of this year's River Symposium. As Em mentioned, I'm Julie and I'm the program manager at Take Me Outside. And I'm very thankful to be joining you today from Dish with One Spoon, Wampum Covenant, and Between the Lakes Treaty 3 land, the traditional territory of the Mississaugas of the Credit, and land which has been and continues to be stewarded by the Haudenosaunee and Anishinaabeg. And so this photo here is of the Speed River in Guelph. And I'm very fortunate to live right on this river, so I can see the river from my backyard. I'm so thankful for all that the river generously offers, including all the beings who live in and beside and with the river. And so I can see and hear belted kingfishers from my backyard, which brings me so much joy. I'm a big bird nerd. But also in this photo, you might notice being swimming, and that is one of the beavers, the local beaver family that lives in the river right behind my house as well. And when I go out for a sunset walk, I normally see the 3 family members out there swimming and foraging for food. And my relationship with the river is such an important part of my well-being. So really expressing a lot of gratitude for all rivers today. So today's plan is to consider some of the connections between river ecosystem health and human health, and along with the importance of nature connection for environmental educators. Then I would love to talk and share about Take Me Outside and what we offer for educators, along with just to highlight a couple of my favorite resources and activities. So I'd love to invite you now to take a few grounding deep breaths. Maybe you'd like to close your eyes, maybe you'd like to keep them open, but maybe you want to kind of settle into your chair, breathing in perhaps through your nose and out through your breath, or out through your mouth for a couple of breaths. And maybe you want to imagine and think about your local river and watershed, your favorite spots to visit or spend time at the river or in the river, your favorite activities that you do. And what does that connection to your local river feel like in your body? How does that river support your health? And maybe in turn, you want to think about what you do to support your local river's health. Okay, maybe one more deep breath. And I invite you to open your eyes back up if they were closed. But yes, I think it's so important to take these moments of, especially maybe when we're grounded and when we've slowed down, to really consider these interconnections between our local ecosystem health and our own health. And that leads me to think about the possibility for that reciprocal relationship between rivers and humans. So for me, there's a bit of a cycle. When humans feel a connection or tap into their interconnection with their local river, this leads them to caring about rivers. And so by caring about rivers, humans are hopefully more likely to educate themselves and engage in environmental stewardship, or maybe they don't engage directly, but they support others who are engaging in that. And then this results, of course, in an improvement in river ecosystem health. So when the rivers are thriving, these beautiful and healthy rivers then in turn encourage and invite humans to want to connect more to rivers. So I see this beautiful reciprocal cycle that's really possible, and that I really hope we strive for. And of course, it's so important to consider Indigenous ways of knowing when we're thinking about rivers and health. And so I just wanted to highlight this report that came out from the University of Guelph, the local university to where I am, in February of 2023. It's written by Samantha Mailtretter, Sherry Longboat, Brittany Luby, and Andrea Bradford. And I just wanted to quickly read from the abstract. The importance of multiple perspectives in understanding human-nature relationships and associated benefits for biodiversity, ecosystems, and overall quality of human life is underscored by Indigenous peoples' values, worldviews, and knowledge systems. Indigenous peoples, while geographically, linguistically, and culturally diverse, share common cultural and spiritual beliefs that elevate the value of water beyond material function. For many Indigenous peoples, water is a living entity with inherent value to be revered and protected, an essential relationship that extends beyond dominant Western approaches that value water as a resource only for the economic, social, and environmental benefits provided to humans. So what about the importance of nature connection for educators and for all humans? But for this particular talk, I'll be focusing on educators. So I'm sure all of you know about the many, many positive health benefits humans experience when connecting to nature, but I just wanted to highlight a couple. A recent study demonstrated that educators who engage in outdoor learning with their learners have a higher average rate of well-being than their peers who do not. The Japanese practice of Shinrin-yoku, or forest bathing, which is relaxing and opening up your senses in the forest, has been shown to improve mood and decrease anxiety, anger, and depression, decrease the risk of psychological stress-related diseases, and improve human immune function, along with the increasing heart rate variability and the compassion for self and others. Nature connection can also speed healing times and contribute to patients requiring less pain medication. Mindfulness practices have been found to be beneficial in substantially reducing stress, along with depression and anxiety. And gratitude has been found to be foundational to well-being. Throughout a human's lifespan and in Indigenous ways of knowing, gratitude expresses deep interconnectedness as a responsibility of authentic caring and reciprocity. And if we can extend that to that reciprocity towards nature and river health, that could be a really, really beautiful thing. Experiencing nature connectedness or having a strong psychological and emotional connection with nature positively impacts well-being. And so all those facts I just shared are from well-researched studies and all the latest research coming out. So for educators, nature connection can be deeply fulfilling. It can offer stress reduction, improve physical health, renew creativity and inspiration. And if outdoor learning is brought into their teaching practice, teachers can experience increased job satisfaction, collaboration, and community building, all things that really, really excite me. So some of my personal favorite ways to connect to a river as an educator myself, and to bring into my teaching with all the learners I work with are sit spots, sound maps, nature journaling, meditation and mindfulness practices that open up the senses, patch birding. That's when you return to the same place over and over again and get to know kind of your local birds or your bird neighbors, as I like to think of them. Silent walks in nature, nature art and playing. All of these really support all that health and well-being for educators, especially today we can think about them beside or in a river. And as one of my teachers, Patsy Day from Turtle Clan Oneida Nation, once shared with me, let nature love you. This has become, since Patsy shared that with me a few years ago, and this has become something that I return to again and again, thinking about my health and well-being. It's really kind of the crux of my health and well-being is to get outside and let nature love me. Okay, now I'd love to talk about Take Me Outside. We're a national nonprofit focused on outdoor learning, and we support educators and school admin leaders primarily through a few different programs, which I'll get into detail, but they can kind of be summed up as professional learning opportunities, both with and without learners, an offer of connection, community, and mentorship, a network of outdoor learning partners and resources, along with well-being support. So as Em mentioned, we just finished, or today actually is the last day of Take Me Outside week. It started as a day, and it is still a day where on October 23rd this year, we encouraged and supported teachers in taking their students outside. But it's extended into a full week of activities. So we had virtual field trips throughout the week. We had lots of resources through our partners that we offered to support educators. And we do work with a lot of K-12 educators in mainstream school settings who are taking their students outside during the school day. But we also work with early childhood educators homeschooling families, and along with alternative schools, forest schools, nature schools, all sorts of schools. And to give you an idea of our reach across Turtle Island, last year we had over 500,000 educators and learners participate in Take Me Outside Day and Week. And this year we've increased that number. We don't have the exact numbers yet because today's the last day and we actually still have a few people registering. But we will, of course, include that in our 2024 impact report. And this is a free program as well that educators can sign up for every year. And then we also want to support educators throughout the whole school year. So they can also participate in our learning challenge, and they can sign up for, oh, I'm just realizing, sorry that I included 2023, 2024, but we do have this as well for this year. But educators can sign up for this free program and get monthly support and inspiration and curriculum linked activities right to their inbox that support them in taking their learners out for at least 1 hour a week throughout the school year. We also last spring launched an outdoor learning certification program. So educators can do this online. It's an asynchronous program. They have 1 year to complete it at their own pace. And it also involves monthly virtual sessions where they can connect with other folks who are currently taking the course and get some guidance and build some relationships there, get some support. We also will be having our 3rd annual Outdoor Learning Conference in Banff next May 8th to 10th. It's a really wonderful, exciting conference. If you're interested, registration opens up November 5th for next May. And we do recommend that you register right away. Registration filled out and we had a lengthy wait list last year. But it's a really, really great opportunity to make these connections in person and deepen our knowledge and all of that great stuff. We're launching a new mentorship program this fall. We're accepting mentorship applications and mentee registrations until October 30th. So you might be interested in checking this out as well. But really, we're trying to connect folks who are newer to outdoor learning to educators who have more experience, at least 2 years experience leading outdoor learning. And we're trying to make those connections to really support. And we're having 4 different ways of making those connections. We're going to have an online Slack community. We're going to have regional coordinators who will share more regional and local offerings with folks. Pen pals, where mentees can be paired right up with a mentor by email and receive monthly support and advice and ask them questions and things like that. Personalized feedback. Along with monthly virtual campfires led by outdoor mentors where people can interact and share questions and have those kind of campfire chats, those virtual campfire chats. And then we also share a lot of resources online. We have our Outdoor Learning Resource Hub, and we offer free seasonal virtual workshops for educators. So this was our fall, our list of fall sessions. We still have 1 remaining on Tuesday next week, and then a few bonus ones as well, actually a couple book launches, but they're always really awesome ways to learn with leaders in the outdoor learning community, all free for educators to sign up for. And we have educator wellness retreats coming soon. So that's going to be next year. We're going to be launching educator wellness retreats. And that's really where that supporting educator well-being comes in. And really, really excited about that project launching next year. And then lastly, as I'm wrapping up quickly, I just wanted to share, in addition to all the incredible resources I heard about today, these programs and resources that excite me so, so much, that I obviously also encourage you to check out. Just a couple favorites that I have. The Water Walker by Joanne Robertson is a really wonderful book, also available in English and Ojibwe. That's the version pictured here. Really, really great to read with younger students, and then encourage educators to go out on their own local water walk and discover their own local waterways and river systems. Outdoor Learning School and Store is a social enterprise we partner with a lot, and they have water kits in addition to water rangers, which is great as well. But getting those water testing kits and taking learners out to test the water. The University of Guelph Arboretum has really excellent resources. So this is a biodiversity sheet here. It's called Pond Life. And on one side, it has beings you would find in a vernal pool, and on the other side, a more permanent pond. But these can be really great if you're doing dip netting or anything like that. And then lastly, I'm also sharing Turtle Island Conservation, which is through the Toronto Zoo. Also have some really, really amazing Indigenous created resources all related to water, turtles especially, that I highly, highly recommend. So thank you so much, everybody. If you're interested in learning more, here's our website, and also please feel free to email us anytime. Thanks so much.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Julie. That was a fantastic presentation. And I personally went to the Banff conference last year and had an absolute blast. So highly recommend, and it does get a wait list pretty quickly. So register right away. So we are now able to take some questions. And a question was brought forward to me for Allison, actually, to start us off. How can this tool be used to promote community building across the Great Lakes? And are there Indigenous dimensions that might be added to this tool as well?
Yeah, thank you for that. That's a great question. As I said before, we kept calling it a tool before we turned it into a game, because the intent was to make it sort of like some of the tools that are out there for climate change. I don't know if you've seen like the En-ROADS, where it's a scenario-based thing, but it's also got resources where you put it in the hands. So we're hoping in the future we can use this in the kind of one-to-many network, where we put this with some documentation, some guidance about how you can use it to facilitate conversations. In my mind, it was always like, and I can take it to my local, I'm from the US, so like my local zoning board of appeals to be like, this is why we might not want to let everyone build whatever they want to, wherever they want to in wetlands and like floodplains, and make exceptions to the rules, right? Because there will be future implications for that. So it's not there yet. We do have an explainer document we're working on that just gives more information about how everything was put together. But that is something we'd like to see. And so if people want to take this and run with it and build those things or test that out on their own, there's no like strict IP. We'd love to hear about it, but if you have notions for what that could look like or how that could happen, we're all ears. We're very much in this, it's not quite a beta version, right? But like we're doing this user testing, and we want to hear more about those ideas and what that could look like. And then there is one driver that asks broadly about, I think it's like old ideas versus new ideas. We tried to keep the language at, I want to say like a 8 to 10 grade reading level. And so trying to have an appreciation for what types of knowledge should be included in our decision making, that's there. But broader Indigenous ways of knowing are not braided throughout the entire project per se. And we will be doing a focus group later this year with invited First Nations, tribes, and Métis decision makers to get their feedback on the game as well. That's part of our next steps.
Great, thank you, Allison. We also have a super fun question in the chat that's for everyone. So I'll start with maybe Alanna. So what is the most important challenge that you often face in environmental education?
Can you repeat the question again for me? Most important challenge?
Yeah, for environmental education.
Oh, wow. I think I'm going to say that I think it's making sure that you're able to explain what it is that you're trying to teach in different ways so that all students can understand, and you make it accessible to everyone for where they are at their learning level. And sometimes that's a little bit more difficult than you think. So sometimes you get into a program and then you realize that you have to kind of adapt. And so I think with that, the solution is to be adaptable and to kind of make sure that you take in from those different perspectives so that you can kind of include everyone and make sure that everyone is able to participate.
Great. Thanks, Alanna. And Olivianne, what are your thoughts?
So I think the greatest challenge is pretty much because it's such a broad topic, is talking about an important topic in such little amount of time. So the majority of our education programs are just an hour or 2 hours. So fitting all that into this specific time slot is probably the biggest challenge in getting that message across in that short amount of time.
Great, thank you. Allison, what are your thoughts on that question?
I think that, yeah, time and attention is such a challenge, and we did for our game design it so that it could be done relatively quickly and often, so that people could have that chance to just get a bite-sized nugget. Like I said, grad students were like, these are not real trade-offs, and we're like, we know. Right, but they're close approximations. So I agree that the time attention constraint is a challenge.
Great, thank you. And Julie, your thoughts on that question, challenges for environmental education?
Yes, I was going to build on accessibility and inclusion and, really knowing that teachers in mainstream school settings have so much that they need to teach. And again, a time limit, like Olivianne said. So just how to build it into their school day. And that also, thinking about curriculum, but thinking about beyond the science curriculum, right? And thinking about actually what practices, what nature connection practices can you build into your routines every day that then weave into every element of curriculum, every subject. And that relationship to the land. But then there also being a barrier that folks in more urban school settings that might just have a patch of literal lawn grass is, their closest access. And a lot of learners that have needs, outside of, have needs that need to be addressed. But to me, they can be addressed on that, grass schoolyard, and hopefully also supporting school admin in changing some infrastructure to bring in more natural settings as well, and more nature into every schoolyard too.
Great, thanks, Julie.
And last, the other side of that coin is the opportunity. And I would say for myself, I am where I am today because I got to look at some phytoplankton on a microscope on a boat on Lake Erie through, an educational program. And I didn't need to know everything about the ecosystem. I just needed to know that the water was alive in a way that I could not conceive of without having that experience. And I carry that with me, right, like 30 years later. Or I had the experience with a monogamy map just the day before yesterday. And I learned things about beluga whales in 30 seconds, right, a minute, that I had no idea. And I was very inspired by that. So I didn't need to know everything about the system, right, or have a complete lesson plan to take away some really important lessons myself. So sometimes little slices are just as effective.
Absolutely, yeah. And I always say that the really important piece to all this is that even just engaging with it, even for a second, or touching the fish for the first time, putting their feet in the water, that's a memorable engagement that they'll have that really impacts them to care about it, and therefore they're way more likely to advocate for it or take action for it in the future, and hopefully bring that to their families as well. And so I guess for my answer to that question, challenges for environmental education, I would say it's that many educators, I think, perceive environmental education as something that's a really elaborate curricula that they have to bring in, but it can be very simple, right? As our education team does, they go out and collect bugs, and just, even if they don't even have keys to look at them all, but just looking at them and seeing where they're living, asking some thought-provoking questions like, why do you think it has this certain adaptation? Why do you think it lives in this environment? It can go a really long way for having learners think about these environments and why they're so important, right? Especially if we think about bugs in mud and how these are often thought of as undesirable ecosystems sometimes. So these simple little activities can go a really long way in bringing these concepts to our learners. So I think those are all the questions that we have for today. So thank you all for joining us in this session. It's all very important, of course, to discuss environmental education going forward, and we can't stop this discussion here today, of course. But I also just wanted to bring to everyone's attention that the Outdoor Learning School and Store, which is a sponsor of the River Symposium, has a discount code available for all River Symposium attendees so that they can perhaps further enhance their environmental education initiatives wherever they're coming from today. So until the end of 2024, you can go to outdoorlearning.com and use the promo code 5% Rivers 2024 to have a discount, and hopefully that can help support environmental education in your community. I'll now pass it back to Mackenzie. Thank you very much.
Okay, hello everyone. Thank you so much everyone for the amazing environmental education session. I know I was super engaged the whole time. Environmental education is so important just to make sure everyone understands what's going on and make science more accessible. So thank you. We are a little bit into our lunch hour, so now we'll be taking our break till 1 p.m. So I'll see you back for our last session. At 1 p.m. Eastern, it'll be watershed wellness, nutrient transport, riparian zones, and river health. So see you back here after lunch. Thank you, everyone.
All right, everybody, welcome back to the final session of the day and the final session of the series. So thank you so much, everyone, for sticking around and listening to these last final presentations. So as a reminder, this last session is watershed wellness, nutrient transport, riparian zones, and river health. My name is Sarah. I'll be chairing the session, and I think everyone should know this. So if there's anyone new, we'll be taking questions at the end of all of the presentations today. And then following that, Mackenzie will jump back in to do a symposium wrap up. So I am the first presenter, so I'm just gonna get started and share my screen here. So hopefully everybody can see that okay. So my research is looking at the influence of groundwater, surface water interactions on watershed nutrient concentrations and loading in an agricultural setting. So my name is Sara Rixon. I am a PhD candidate at the University of Guelph. I'm also a water resources engineer at the Maitland Valley Conservation Authority. So I'm actually not affiliated with the River Institute, or my research is not in the area, but I'm really happy to be part of this symposium, and I've enjoyed a lot of the presentations throughout the week, and I'm especially looking forward to digging into some of those educational tools that we just saw. That was a really great session. So in southwestern Ontario, there's still some ongoing water quality issues, mostly in part due to agricultural practices that lead to excess nutrient losses from fields, despite the management and monitoring efforts that we do. It is tough to monitor and manage because there's such complex interactions between the different hydrologic components and climate conditions that affect how nutrients stay or move within or without the watershed. An often overlooked piece of this nutrient management puzzle is subsurface conditions. There has been an increased recognition for the need of groundwater surface water monitoring in some policies. So for example, the recent Canada-Ontario Agreement for Great Lakes water quality has listed groundwater surface water interactions as an area of focus for the coming years. There's also a need to explore how different methods work in different settings to identify the groundwater surface water interactions. So for example, in these clay settings, like you can see here, it's a very thick clay stream bed. You might not necessarily be able to measure groundwater surface water interactions at a very small scale, such as like a seepage meter in the stream. So just looking at different methods to look at those interactions depending on the geological conditions. So the objective of this study is to evaluate the influence of subsurface conditions on watershed loading, look at some seasonal variations of groundwater surface water interactions at local scales or watershed-wide scales, and then finally develop a conceptual model to describe those interactions and how nutrient movement is being affected by those. The watershed of focus is the Upper Park Hill watershed. So I'm actually currently physically near Goderich, but the research site is closer to London, Ontario, and I've just kind of pointed out where Cornwall and the River Institute is, just for some context. So the study watershed is mostly agricultural, and it has low permeability soil, so there's lots of tile drainage. So for this study, we have lots of different sampling campaigns going on. So it's not just me that's working in this watershed. So the main sites that we have are those red triangles and blue or black circles. Those we sample monthly for nutrients, nitrogen and phosphorus, and stable isotopes of water. And then the the red triangles also have groundwater and surface water monitoring equipment at them. The burgundy square, so the sites A to Q, are for our watershed-wide sampling, so to get some spatial variability, but we only sample those a couple of times a year, again, for nutrients and stable isotopes. Up in the northern part of the watershed, there's less riparian area, although this picture is okay compared to some of the sites that are really just a stream through the fields. And then in the southern part of the watershed, we get a bit more naturalized area, a bit more forest along the channel. So near the outlet of the watershed, we work at an integrated water and climate station that was developed by the MECP in 2012 at an existing Water Survey Canada station. So 28 different instruments for groundwater, soil, climate, snow, surface water quality were added to the station for continuous monitoring. So now we have over 10 years of this data, which is really great. And then on the right, the picture is just one of our monthly sampling locations. So the 2 groundwater wells, we have a deep well and a shallow well, so 16 meters below ground surface and 6. And then we have the stream location, and we also have dry points in the bank and the stream. Like I said, we have a lot of different sampling going on in the watershed. So this is an example of a different site. It's our edge of field site. So we have our groundwater wells, again, 16 and 6 meters below ground surface. We've added some soil lysimeters, so looking at soil water along the field and along the bank. We have dry points in the bank. We did have some in the stream, but they got damaged. We have stream water quality and quantity monitoring. And then we also monitor quantity and quality at the tile as well. For the isotopes, stable isotopes of water, we looked at O18 and H2, deuterium. Some people might know this, so I'm sorry if this is a repeat, but just as a refresher, lighter isotopes evaporate. So surface water tends to have a heavier isotope composition just because the lighter isotopes evaporate. And then as the precipitation is coming down into the ground, there's less likely evaporation. So the groundwater signatures and the precipitation are typically similar. This is just kind of an example of the site and how we were monitoring for the stable isotopes of water. There's lots of different things you can do with isotopes, like travel times and hydrograph separation. So we didn't get too into that yet. That's kind of our next steps. We were just kind of using it as source monitoring for this initial investigation. Again, we had a lot of sampling going on, so just getting into some results. I didn't include everything, so we do have a couple of publications and other presentations. So if you're interested in more of the data that we have, you can reach out or check out those publications online. So for the watershed nutrient loadings, for the watershed-wide loadings that we calculated, we used that outlet climate station. So we collected automated sampling and manual samples over 2 years for this. So we were able to capture about 75% of the events with the automated sampler, and then we collected we collected 86 samples total. So that includes our grab samples for base flow. So looking at some of the watershed loading results, the top graph is the monthly load total separated by the growing season and the non-growing season. And then the bottom is the chart of the totals. So the non-growing season, October to April, had increased nutrient loads, which is pretty typical in this area with snow melt and a lot of erosive events in the non-growing season, but it wasn't significantly different than the growing season, especially in the May to September of 2021. These peak loads also didn't really correlate with the high concentrations or with the high seasons of flow as well. And just to point out, so the 3 peak loadings occurred in March 2021 due to snowmelt. February 2022 was another snowmelt and rain on snow event. And then in September of 2021, we actually had a big 100-year event that was really high intensity rain that caused a lot of erosion and flooding issues. So just to dive deeper into what could be causing the load increases aside from flow and precipitation, we looked at correlating the nutrient loading with different subsurface conditions. So for groundwater, nitrate was found to be significantly correlated to the groundwater elevation with no correlation for total phosphorus. For soil moisture, we looked at depths of 10, 20, and 50 centimeters. The 10 and 20 centimeter depths didn't have any correlation to either of the nutrients, while the 50 centimeter depth had significant correlations to nitrate and total phosphorus. And then there was a strong correlation between tile flow and monthly nutrient exports. So just highlighting that the tile flow is a significant pathway for the nutrients in the watershed. Now looking at some of the results from the edge of field site for the nutrients, for phosphorus, total phosphorus, and dissolved reactive phosphorus, the stream had the highest concentrations of those with lots of variability throughout the years. And then nitrate was the highest actually in the tile with again lots of variability, but it was relatively elevated in the stream as well. So just going back to the objectives, we're interested to identify sort of how the different hydrologic compartments are connected and potentially affecting these nutrient transports in the watershed and at the edge of field site. So looking at some isotope data in the top left figure, and the blue circles are the surface water, so they span across the precipitation. So they were following the precipitation inputs as they were throughout the year. The groundwater didn't vary throughout the year much. So those are those green triangles. And then the tile is the purple triangles. So what we're specifically interested also is what is triggering the tile flow activation. So just by looking at the different signatures, we can kind of see that it's a mix of the groundwater and a mix of the soil water, so like the more recent precipitation. Looking at the watershed-wide sampling, so this was the A to Q surface water sites. We sampled in June before and after just a low-intensity rain event, and then we sampled for nutrients and isotopes again the next April. And we found that, so these are the surface water isotope compositions. So the surface water in April was very similar to the groundwater signature, so suggesting that there was a potential groundwater connection in the non-growing season or in the spring in April. And then between the two events in June, they weren't too similar to groundwater, so they were mostly just from recent precipitation. I should also note that the nitrate was significantly increased between these two events by 300%. So the recent precipitation really moved the nitrate in the watershed. And something else, so going back to the edge of field site with the different tile activations, so the groundwater and surface water similarities might not be a direct connection between the water table and the stream. It could be groundwater being transported through the tile drainage to the streams. And just some final thoughts to wrap things up. So subsurface conditions did play a role in the watershed nutrient exports. The tile activation is seasonally variant and could potentially be contributing groundwater to the surface water regardless of a direct groundwater surface water connection. And there's potentially increased, just based on the April sampling, potentially some increased groundwater, direct groundwater connections to the surface water. And this is just our final conceptual model that we built for the watershed to describe the conditions in those 2 years. So thank you to all the sponsors and help with this project. I will stop sharing my screen. And we'll welcome the next presenter. So we have Erin Smith, as everyone probably knows by now from this symposium. Erin is from the River Institute, and she's going to be presenting on some nutrient nitrogen in the upper St. Lawrence River.
Thanks, Sarah. It was really interesting. Definitely some overlaps in the research, so that's neat to see. All right, let me just share my screen here. Excellent. Yes, so as Sarah said, I'm going to be talking a little bit about some of the nutrients findings in the St. Lawrence River, and we're going to be focusing on nitrogen today instead of phosphorus, which many people do, though I appreciate that Sarah also looked at nitrates there, so it's great to see. So before I get into all of that, I just want to give a brief introduction to what the project I'm actually working on is. So it's called the Great River Report. If you joined us earlier this morning for Dr. Leigh McGaughey's plenary, you would have heard all about it in the way that we work. But basically, it's a holistic approach to an ecosystem health report. So we're bringing together Indigenous perspectives, science, and community to have a really community-led project. And so one component of that is a series of indicator technical reports. And so that's what I'm going to be focusing on today. And so for these indicator reports, we have 35 ecological indicators that were selected from consultation with the community, consultation with experts. And so we have this list of 35 indicators that reflect the health of the upper St. Lawrence River. And so I'm working on 3 of those indicators right now. And for today, I'm going to be talking about the nutrients indicator, where we're focusing on nitrogen and phosphorus. So to get you situated, here you can see a map of the upper St. Lawrence River. We've got some land use overlaid, so you can get an idea. We've got a good mix of natural land, so forests, wetlands, especially down in the southern portion of the watershed. And we've also got a lot of agriculture going on too, so we can see that spread pretty much throughout the watershed, especially in some of the downstream sections around Lake St. Francis and Lake St. Lawrence. And the other thing that you see on this map is some sampling sites. So these aren't sampling sites. I'm not a superhero. I wasn't able to go and sample all of these sites myself. We actually we take data that's been produced by other researchers. So whether it's open access data, some of it's requested from other academic researchers. And so we bring together this data that already exists on the river. And I brought it together to conduct an analysis to try to get an overall picture of what's going on in the river over time. What are the trends and what are the current values of both nitrogen and phosphorus? So I have thousands of observations over the years from these hundreds of sites along the river. And I'll also point out we have our different river sections. We start at the Thousand Island, which starts around Kingston, move to the Brockville Narrows, where it narrows, the Lake St. Lawrence, which is the forebay to the Mota Saunders Power Dam, Akwesasne, Cornwall, Messina, and then Lake St. Francis is the end of our study section for this project. Okay, so I'm going to jump right into findings. So I did some statistical analysis, like I said, on that data that I brought together, and we're trying to, again, look for long-term trends in the nutrients. And again, I'll share a little bit on phosphorus, but I'm going to mostly focus today on nitrogen. So for total phosphorus, this might be unsurprising for some of you, and I even actually presented some of the phosphorus work last year at the symposium, if you saw that. And so basically what we see is we see a linear decline over the entire time period that we have data for. So that goes from the mid-1960s to 2022 is the last year we have data for. So this decline likely due to things like the Great Lakes Water Quality Agreement, which limited phosphorus coming out of municipal pipes. Also, had other restrictions like having phosphates and detergents, right? Those were stopped as well. So some of those had big impacts. And this was in the St. Lawrence River, and this also happened in the Great Lakes, kind of on a wider scale as well. So this was an unsurprising finding, but an important one to consider when I start talking about nitrogen as well. And then when we look at total nitrogen, we see a different trend. So what we see is actually an increase from the 1970s to about the year 2000. And we actually have a significant increase going on. That's that orange bar from 1990 to 1995. And so this increase has actually been seen across in the Great Lakes, especially in Lake Ontario, which we find the St. Lawrence River usually reflects well. And so that's likely due to some atmospheric deposition. So some of that nitrogen that's been produced from things like farming, right? Think about fertilizers. So it's being deposited into the river and increasing, as we've seen a lot, a growth in agriculture across southern Ontario. But what the kind of new founding that we had was this decline. And the decline starts in the early 2000s. And we have a significant decline, that's that purple portion that goes from 2006 to the end of our data in 2023. So this was something new. This hasn't been seen before. Others have started to see the start of this shift where there's a start of a decline, but we see that it continues and it seems like it is likely to kind of persist. So we need to figure out what's going on here. Why are we seeing this decline? And so we kind of went to the drawing board. We looked at some of the potential theories of what could be happening to the nitrogen in the river. The first one was tributary inputs, right? Thinking along the lines of what happened with phosphorus. Is there something going on that would be decreasing nitrogen in our tributaries and therefore in the main stem of the river as well? So what we did was we looked at historical data for tributaries across the St. Lawrence River watershed, and we looked at the trends, and we found that we didn't see any decreases that lined up with what's going on in the river, but we actually saw an increase in some of the sites, so higher nitrogen levels. And that's actually been happening across southern Ontario, as I mentioned, with agriculture, an increase in intensive agricultural practices. There's a lot more nitrogen that tends to run off with things like tile drainage, which Sara, again, just talked a little bit about. So we can kind of cross that off our list. It doesn't seem to be due to reduced tributary inputs. So we go to our next theory, reduced municipal inputs. Could it be something that changed, just like, again, like thinking about phosphorus, could it be something that changed so that the effluent had lower nitrogen levels? We didn't see anything with regulation that would have changed, and we didn't see any specific point sources, or rather than point sources, kind of outputs from outflows. There wasn't any clear specific decline to those. So it seems to be something that's widespread happening across the entire river. So we can kind of cross that theory off. It doesn't seem to be explaining what's going on. Then we started to think, well, what about plants? We know that aquatic plants take up nitrogen and they store them in their tissues for as long as they're living. And so they can, if we saw a large growth of plants in the river, then there's potential that they are removing nitrogen from the water column and storing them again in their tissues. There was limited data for the St. Lawrence River, but we did find one study that looked along the entire St. Lawrence. And overall, what they found was actually the opposite trend. They found a decrease in aquatic plants in the river. So again, that wouldn't explain what's happening here with nitrogen if there's an opposite trend of where there's decreased plant nitrogen. So that seems to cross out that theory. Then we thought about climate change, right? We know climate change is impacting all different parts of our ecosystems. Then the natural cycles, of course, are changing. So could there be something there that's shifting what's going on with the nitrogen? And the main theory that we considered was precipitation. We think about, precipitation tends to increase runoff, right? And so if we have increased runoff, again, thinking about things like fertilizer that are on the grounds, if they wash off into the river. So maybe there could be something going on there. But we did look at precipitation in our models for nitrogen, and we found that it had a positive relationship with nitrogen, which again makes sense with what I just explained, that it's washing off nutrients and increasing them rather than decreasing them. And we also know that over time, we've actually seen an increase in precipitation in the St. Lawrence River over this time period. So again, that doesn't line up with explaining a decline in nitrogen that we're seeing. So it doesn't seem to be the main thing driving what's happening with nitrogen. So we kind of had to cross off that theory that it doesn't seem to be explaining what's going on. And so that left us with this new theory that we kind of came up with looking at other data and specifically looking at mussel data in the river. So, and when I say mussel shells, I'm talking about invasive dracaenid mussels. And so basically what we thought is that we know we have these invasive mussels. They came in the early 1990s, and they proliferate pretty quickly. They grow rapidly, they reproduce rapidly. And so when they came in, their populations kind of skyrocketed. And these mussels, they live only a few years, 3 to 5 years is what most researchers have found. And so when they die, their tissues either get degraded or they'll get eaten, but their shells persist in the river, right? They sink down to the bottom. And when they sink down to the bottom, they still have some nutrients in them. So they have a decent amount of carbon, they have some nitrogen, and they have some phosphorus. So what we're considering is it's possible that this accumulation of thousands of tons of mussel shells is actually starting to have an impact on nitrogen because it's holding this nitrogen that the mussels originally took from the water column, put into building their shells, and then the shells are now sitting at the bottom of the lake, degrading extremely slowly. So that's part of our theory. That's kind of explained with the figure A. And then the other part of that is we've also had the round goby, the invasive round gobies come into the river as well, and started to have higher populations around 2005 is when it started to be spotted more in the river. And so what we think is having that impact, and that's where it kind of lines up with our decline in nitrogen that happened starting in 2006, is that these gobies, they're actually native predators of the quagga and zebra mussels. And so it's possible that they're actually increasing the turnover rate of the mussels, and so therefore increasing the amount of shells that are being deposited in the bottom of the river, right? If they're picking more off, but we're not seeing a decline in the overall population of the mussels, that means there's more mussels growing to replace them. And then again, overall having an increase in the amount of empty mussel shells that are accumulating at the bottom of the river, and again, storing even more of that nitrogen down there. So that's the theory that we're considering as a potential impact and potential cause for this nitrogen decline in the St. Lawrence River. And so, why should we care about this? A lot of the times when we think about nutrients, we automatically think about, well, high nutrients, especially high phosphorus, is problematic when we think about algae blooms. But there's some more nuances to it than that. One thing that we can look at is the nitrogen to phosphorus ratio. So just comparing the levels of these two key nutrients for algae growth. And so when we have a higher ratio, it allows for all sorts of different types of algae to proliferate in the ecosystem. And when we have a lower ratio, and especially when we get below usually about 12 is the number, we can start to see a shift in the algae community, and some of the blue-green algae that are able to fix nitrogen are able to take over. So we can see a shift towards these blue-green algae being a more dominant part of the algae community overall. So it's something that we need to be considering when we're looking at nutrient trends. And so what I'm showing here is what the nitrogen to phosphorus ratio looks like in the St. Lawrence River. And it generally matches, if you remember the nitrogen graph that I originally showed, it has that increase into the early 2000s, and then a significant decrease, which lags a little bit, but happens starting around 2010. So we seem to have a decrease in that ratio and potentially approaching that 12 level for that nitrogen to phosphorus ratio. So that's something we need to think about. And I also looked a little bit wider at the rest of the Great Lakes and the Canadian Great Lakes specifically. That's just kind of where we had data, but we hope to get some data on Michigan to see if it's going on there as well. But basically what we saw is that in the lakes that have large zebra and quagga mussel populations, so that being Lake Ontario, Lake Erie, and Lake Huron, we see a similar trend of either kind of stable-ish total nitrogen levels and then a decline starting around the mid-2000s. And you see that most strongly in Erie and Ontario. So again, it seems like it's something that's possibly happening in these lakes as well. We don't see that trend in Lake Superior, but we wouldn't expect to. Superior is quite different on its own, and then it also doesn't have large trachinid mussels either. So what are the impacts? So I've already kind of mentioned about, there's potential for a shift in the algae community. So that could impact the entire ecosystem. When we think about food sources, right? Blue-green algae can sometimes be a worse food source for things like macroinvertebrates. And so that could be concerning for having overall food web impacts. And then also just when we see that we have declining phosphorus, declining nitrogen, we could potentially see less algae growth overall and have the opposite problem of what we had before, but potentially have too low nutrients to support the productivity of the river, right? So it could be not able to support as many fish. One of my colleagues, Dr. Marianne Perron, looked into yellow perch and found that their populations are closely linked with phosphorus. So we know there are those linkages between nutrients in the greater food web, including fish. So next steps, we need to continue to monitor nitrogen. Again, phosphorus is generally the main focus of nutrient work, but we do need to consider nitrogen as well, especially in mussel-invaded lakes. We need to consider the role of empty mussel shells in altering biogeochemistry and expand this work into other lakes and rivers, and potentially creating predictive models for the Great Lakes and St. Lawrence River ecosystems could tell us what things are going to look like in the future if there are going to be these impacts, and that can give us idea of some management actions we could potentially take. The other point I want to make is that a lot of these findings are reflecting, I say, the main stem, the main channel of the St. Lawrence River. We do know that things are a little bit different in the nearshore waters where we do see higher phosphorus and higher nitrogen. So that does tell us that we do still need to continue our management actions to reduce nearshore nutrient levels. So reducing runoff from agricultural activities, reducing runoff from municipal areas, having buffer zones, those sorts of things. We need to continue those so that we can keep our nearshore areas safe, but we need to better understand what's going on in the main channel and think about what we can do to continue to support a healthy ecosystem in the St. Lawrence River. All right, I'd like to thank all of the partners and collaborators for this project, and especially the Mohawk Council of Akwesasne, the founding partners of this project. Our funders, of course, without which this work wouldn't be possible. And I'll take questions at the end of the session, as Sarah mentioned. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Erin. That was a really great presentation. And like you said, a lot of studies are focused on phosphorus. So it's really nice to see a presentation on nitrogen, and interesting about the declining aspect of it as well. So next up, we have Simoni Singhal. She's going to be presenting on pollution levels on a river in India.
Okay, so can I share my screen?
Yes.
Actually, I cannot start my video because the host has stopped it. So can you please allow me to share my video? Thank you. Is my screen visible?
Yes, we can see your screen.
So first of all, thank you so much for giving me this opportunity to present my piece of work internationally. I am Simoni Singhal. Currently, I'm enrolled as research scholar in University of Allahabad, India, under the supervision of Dr. Jyoti Verma. My piece of work entitled as a review on ecological integrity and pollution levels of River Son, a tributary of River Ganga in the state of Madhya Pradesh, India, examines the importance of evaluating the ecological health and pollution status of this crucial waterway. River Sone is a second largest tributary of the Ganga River, which is one of the largest river of central highlands. So this review mainly attempt to assess the pollution and the water quality in the upper Sone River in the Madhya Pradesh state from the districts of Anuppur to Shahdol. Before I start, I would like to introduce the river. As I have already mentioned that it is the second largest tributary and one of the largest basin of river Ganga. It basically originates from the Amarkantak Plateau in the state of Madhya Pradesh, India, and later on it covers the flows in the direction of north to northwest through the state of Madhya Pradesh, Uttar Pradesh, Jharkhand, and finally meets the Ganga River in the Patna city of Bihar. The total length of river is 784 kilometers and the catchment area of this river is 67,842 square kilometers. There are several major tributaries of the river, but Rihand, Kanar and North Koyal rivers are the major tributaries of river Ganga. Overview of pollution issues which are mainly affecting the river. So according to the reports of World Health Organization, Central Pollution Control Board, Bureau of Indian Standards and Indian Council of Medical Research and many other organizations, the water quality of about 70% of Indian rivers is at risk due to the elevated levels of contaminants and pollutants. Now, what are these kind of pollutants? So these are mainly the industrial effluents, impact of industrial discharges, which include heavy metals such as zinc, cadmium, lead, organic compounds and other hazardous substances. Also agricultural runoff, that is contribution of pesticides, fertilizers, sediments from nearby farmlands, riverbank activities such as disposal of religious offerings on the river, bathing, washing on the river banks, which also affects the ecological integrity of rivers, domestic waste discharges and the discharge of untreated sewage, which is one of the major contributor to the river pollution nationwide, affecting over 323 rivers due to inadequate wastewater treatment facilities. Now, why it is important of assessing the ecological integrity and pollution levels? There are many merits or advantages of doing so. Some few are listed here. The first is environmental sustainability, as understanding the ecological integrity of the river is very crucial for maintaining a healthy aquatic ecosystem and also preserving the species diversity and biodiversity. Monitoring pollution levels may also help us to identify the water quality issues which could impact the human health, public health concerns, chemical stressors. This is also one of the very important factor, as chemical stressors mainly includes nutrients and organic matter like nitrogen and phosphorus, which reaches a river from the agricultural runoff and a sewage discharge. And high concentration of these substances can lead to eutrophication, harm aquatic life. So it is very important to identify these stressors at early and allow their timely interventions. Other factor is the habitat quality. Monitoring may also help us to identify the areas that require restoration and protection in the river or around the river for further to protect it from further degradation and urbanization. Now, the study area of my piece of research mainly covers the 5 prominent locations of the river Sone, where the station 1 is the origin itself from where the river originates. Station 2 is a Chachai, where at the river bank there is a presence of an ATPS power station. And station 3 is Amlai, where we have the OPM Orient Paper Mill industry on the bank of the river. Station 4 is basically a Bansagar Dam, which is a multi-purpose river valley project and also contributes to the hydroelectric power generation. And station 5 is in Siri district of Madhya Pradesh, which is Bhabar Sain. Here is a map showing the 5 sampling locations. To perform this study, I've collected data from the Madhya Pradesh Pollution Control Board and Central Pollution Control Board for the total 5 locations and analyzed these data sets. Now, what is the methodology for the river water quality study? First of all, is a collection of physical, chemical, and microbial parameters from the CPCB and MPPCB for river zone for the months or for the year from March 2012 to March 2024. Then the data collected is combined site and year specific in a single table for structured analysis. After that, the evaluation of data and the analysis was done using Microsoft Excel to generate graphs per site and year, and the statistical tools using past software to analyze trends and also detect anomalies. Water quality indices were also performed, which is weighted arithmetic water quality index and numerous pollution index for pollution assessment. And the results from the water quality index and NPI were used to evaluate the ecological state and provide conclusions and recommendations. This is a screenshots of data which is taken from the Interstate River Management Report by CPCB, which shows the interstate rivers. Here, as River Sone is one of the disputed river, it flows between the 4 states. So the water quality monitoring data is listed, which shows that though the biological oxygen demand and dissolved oxygen levels were within the prescribed range as suggested by BIS, but the total coliform count is exceeding at both the locations. So the result of my research where the water quality parameters as per CPCB and MPCB is listed here, as you can see in the figure 2A, where it shows that there was a pH, continuous basic pH all over the 5 stations, but there were significant differences in the BOD and DO levels, which may be attributed to the presence of organic pollution. There was also an increase of coliform count at 2 stations, which is station 2 and station 4, which are the stations where industries are located, which may contribute to the industrial discharges and also may responsible for the discharge of untreated sewage. This is a comparative graph where I've compared the 4 parameters of both the data, that is dissolved oxygen, biological oxygen demand, fecal coliform count, and total coliform count. Now, the water quality index calculation. So the water quality index calculation resulted in the increased values of WQI for the 2 parameters, that is fecal coliform count and fecal coliform count at 4 stations, and for total coliform count at 1 station, that is station 5 according to MPPCB data. So the major contributing factor responsible for the pollution at the 5 locations on the basis of the collected secondary data is the bacterial or microbial factor, which is responsible for deteriorating the water quality. The other index which is calculated is numerous pollution index, which also suggests the same result, as it shows that the contributing factors for deteriorating the water quality can be dissolved oxygen, which is mainly due to the presence of organic matter, and the fecal coliform count too. Now the discussion, the analysis of Sone River's physico-chemical and biological parameters reveals significant spatial variations in water quality influenced by both natural and anthropogenic factors. The pH levels vary from minimum to moderate alkalinity, with station 1 reflecting source purity and station 4 showing high alkalinity due to pollutants. Dissolved oxygen levels are lowest at the river source, that is station 1, and highest at the industrial sites, that is station 2 and station 4, which has power plant and paper mill industries on the river bank, where organic matter decomposition leads to oxygen depletion, threatening aquatic life. elevated biochemical oxygen demand at Station 2 and Station 4, that is the industrial sites again, indicates substantial pollution from the runoff and effluents, while the coliform bacteria exceeds safe limits at multiple sites, highlighting microbial contamination. Previous studies, which have also been conducted, have been limited in scope, underscoring the need for a comprehensive assessment of water quality using the Water Quality Index, which categorizes conditions from excellent to extremely poor. Overall, continuous monitoring and targeted pollution management are essential for restoring the river's health and supporting its ecosystem. There were several studies earlier which have been carried out on different aspects of water quality in the river, including some of them mentioned here. They all deal with a limited number of factors for specific seasons and particular locations. As a result, they are Spartan and do not give a comprehensive view of the water quality of river. The conclusion of my research is that the study of the Son River's physical and chemical parameters at various sites reveals distinct spatial variations attributable to both natural processes and human activities. The origin exhibits the best water quality with minimal pollutants, reflecting its relatively untouched state, and the findings highlight a critical need for interventions in areas like Station 2 and Station 4, which is Chachai ATPS power station and Amlai Orient paper mill, where pollution levels are alarmingly high. By addressing these issues through effective management strategies, it is possible to restore the ecological balance of the Son River and protect it as a source for surrounding communities. These are the recommendations and strategies for mitigating pollution and restoring the ecological balance, that is the wastewater treatment, implementing of a proper wastewater and effective sewage and industrial effluent treatment facilities to reduce the discharge of pollutants, sustainable agriculture, promote the use of eco-friendly farming, reducing or minimizing the use of pesticides and fertilizers to prevent soil erosion, riverbank restoration to stop all the riverbank activities that are contributing to the pollution and to restore the biodiversity and ecosystem services, and to educate and engage the local community to foster a sense of ownership, that is to increase the public awareness. These are few papers which have conducted the same research but taking different parameters and different locations, all indicate a presence of heavy metal pollutions and pollution due to the untreated sewage discharges or municipal sewage or agricultural runoff in the river. These are the references used in the research. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Simoni, for a great presentation. I really enjoyed it, and it was nice to see some international strategies for pollution mitigation. So that was really great to have you here for the presentation. And finally, last but not least, for the day and the symposium, we have Chloe from Watersheds Canada here to talk about technology, programs, and resources to protect the St. Lawrence River watershed. So take it away, Chloe.
Thanks so much, Sarah. All right. Perfect. So thank you for having me today. As Sarah mentioned, I'm Chloe and I'm the National Conservation Director at Watersheds Canada. And today I'll be talking to you about technology, programs, and resources that we use to restore the riparian zones and protect the St. Lawrence River. To start, I just want to introduce our organization for those of you who don't know us. So Watersheds Canada is a federally incorporated nonprofit organization and registered Canadian charity that has been working to protect and restore our freshwater ecosystem since 2002. We're based out of Perth, Ontario, and we raise every dollar each year from grants, foundations, and donations, which we put into delivering our programs both locally and across Canada. Our mission is to develop programs focused on education and on-the-ground stewardship actions, which we can share with people and groups across Canada to reach as many Canadians as possible. And we've been delivering our programs in the St. Lawrence watershed since 2013, and specifically in the St. Lawrence River area of concern for the past 4 years. Canada is home to the third largest renewable supply of freshwater in the world, with over 2 million lakes alone. To protect and ensure the health of our freshwater and all of the activities Canadians love to do, including swimming, fishing, and boating, we need to restore and maintain our waterfront properties where people live, play, and relax. To utilize and access these areas, development of our waterfront has increased. And when it comes to waterfront development, there is a misconception that this only covers what changes are made directly to the shoreline. However, a waterfront property encompasses 4 zones. There's the littoral, shoreline, riparian, and upland zones, and this spans 30 meters back from where the water meets the land. The actions that are taken on this area directly affects the health of our water. And you may have noticed that I've been using the term shoreland instead of shoreline, and we use this because this term encompasses a lot more than just where the land and water meet. The beauty, health, and enjoyment of water comes from what happens on the shoreland. And shorelands are one of the most ecologically productive places on Earth. In fact, 90% of all aquatic life is born, raised, and fed in the first 10 to 15 meters from shore, and 70% of land-based wildlife needs a natural shoreline to survive. Vegetated shorelines also keep soils from eroding and protect water quality by removing up to 85% of pollutants from land runoff. So to keep our freshwater ecosystems healthy, we need to leave at least 75% of our shorelines natural. As I mentioned, due to the popularity of moving to the water and creating year-round residences, both from new developments or cottage-to-home conversions, Canada's freshwater is experiencing immense development pressures, and the health of our lakes and rivers is rapidly declining. The way we once viewed and developed waterfront properties is changing, and it's expediting the degradation of our shorelines in unprecedented ways. So algae blooms, loss of biodiversity, and poor climate resiliency such as flooding and erosion are just some of the impacts. And out of 40,000 shoreline assessments we have completed, only 22% of properties meet the minimum criteria for sustaining freshwater. And climate change is having an effect too. So freshwater ecosystems have been identified among the ecosystems most vulnerable to climate change worldwide by changing temperatures, and will affect our waterfront properties in many ways, including extreme weather events such as heavy rains and floods, which result in increased erosion and land loss, more rain during winter months and decreased ice cover, and changes in habitat range and spawning seasons. It'll also cause a decrease in water quality and more frequent algae blooms. And I particularly love sharing this photo here because it really depicts how every property on a lake or river plays a part in water health. So looking at this photo, it appears that it's a very natural lake. However, the rest of the lake is actually very highly developed with many parks, year-round residents, lots of cottages, and there's various RV parks as well. So you can really see how their inputs, other places on the lake, are impacting the areas downstream. So to improve and protect our water, we offer various education and stewardship programs, including our Natural Edge program. The Natural Edge is designed to help waterfront property owners create a natural shoreline by planting native trees, shrubs, and wildflowers that are suitable for their property. Our surveys show of past participants that there are common barriers to action, which includes a lack of guidance, knowledge, and capacity. We actually developed this program as a follow-up to our Love Your Lake program. And Love Your Lake, which is delivered in partnership with Canadian Wildlife Federation, focuses on education and assessments. And a common recommendation that came from Love Your Lake that we provided to landowners was to naturalize. However, people really just didn't know where to start or how to go about taking on a project such as this. So we developed our Natural Edge program, really to eliminate those barriers to action. So we've created our Natural Edge program to provide people with the technology and education needed to help people understand the problem and to make it easier to restore our shorelands and protect our freshwater. So we provide one-on-one site visits, custom planting plans, subsidized Natural Edge kits of at least 50 plants, and planting support. And our approach includes the use of our self-developed Natural Edge app, where we combine technology and nature-based solutions to create a one-of-a-kind, easy-to-use restoration program that we share with groups all across Canada to deliver in their own communities. Therefore, our app allows us to design a restoration plan on-site with the landowner in less than an hour. So working with the landowner, we can design shorelines that are environmentally beneficial, but still functional for the owner's lifestyle. And our app can be used to create plans for public properties, private properties, as well as on agricultural lands. In addition to our app, we've also created our native plant database, which is integrated into the app to help select appropriate plants. Our database is based on Canada's plant hardiness zones to ensure that only the most suitable plants are chosen. And our database is available online as well, so anyone can get help finding plants specifically for their waterfront. Using the Natural Edge and naturalizing shoreland properties along the St. Lawrence and all freshwater lakes and rivers will really help to secure and protect the land from erosion and protect water quality by slowing runoff, increasing infiltration, and filtering out excess nutrients and toxins. This is a great infographic that I like to share. It really helps to show the difference in root systems between a manicured lawn and various native species. And when working with landowners, we really encourage them to plant a mixture of native species to utilize the different types of root systems, really to help stabilize and protect their waterfront. In addition to our Natural Edge program and the guidance that we provide there, we also have an online resource available to allow landowners to create their own planting plans. So this is a comprehensive and step-by-step planting plan template, which assists in assessing property site conditions and helps to clearly demonstrate ways vegetation will be increased as a result of the plan. So this planting plan is made up of 4 parts: drawing the planting area, assessing planting area conditions, choosing appropriate plants, and the maintenance plan. And this guide is now being used by some townships to guide their landowners on naturalization projects. To further support property owners, Watersheds Canada is developing a new tool which generates personalized climate change resiliency reports for landowners. These reports encompass the entire shoreland area from the driveway all the way down to the littoral zone, and will identify areas impacted by climate change and suggest strategies to enhance resilience. Given that riparian areas are particularly vulnerable to climate-related changes, these reports will provide tailored recommendations on how to strengthen the natural defenses of shorelines, and thus helping to mitigate the adverse effects of erosion, flooding, and other climate-driven challenges. Here we go. So some property features outlined in that report includes driveways, looking at paved versus gravel versus natural compact, and patios and decks, really focusing on hardened surfaces and recommending ways in which landowners can increase infiltration on their property and reduce overland runoff. Also looking at what type of dock system is in place, if eaves troughing is present, and how to properly direct runoff. Finally, we have this resource online which outlines many other actions people can take to improve their property and protect their waterfront, again, such as properly directing runoff from vegetated areas, creating permeable surfaces like the driveways and sitting areas, and recommending to regularly check septic systems. So the natural edge and our resources can be used to design naturalizations for a variety of sites. Like I mentioned, we've used it to work with residential landowners, to design their planting plans. We also do it on public land. So that top picture there is actually from Morseburg Waterfront Park, where for the past 3 years, we've been naturalizing a strip of shoreline right along the St. Lawrence River. We also use it to design agricultural plantings to reduce nutrient loading. And then this year, we're also working on new projects where we're naturalizing riparian areas around newly constructed wetlands. So overall, since 2013, we've restored over 40 kilometers of shoreline and 90 acres of riparian habitat. But since 2021, we've been working with the Mohawk Council of Akwesasne, the River Institute, Raisin Region Conservation Authority, and the Great River Network and the City of Cornwall to naturalize shoreland properties directly within the St. Lawrence area of concern. And at the end of 2026, we'll have helped to have planted over 18,000 native species all along the river and its tributaries. Thank you very much, and we'll move to the question period.
Thank you so much, Chloe. Another really interesting presentation and some really cool photos of, well, cool photos of pollution in the river there. So I think we can get everybody back on camera and we'll take a look at some questions. I'm not sure I see any questions coming in. I'm not sure if anyone else can see them differently. I don't see any questions yet, but I do have a question for Chloe. I'm wondering what does it cost the landowner to do that sort of assessment? So do you work with like government funded projects, or is there a cost for someone to have you come do that assessment at their like cottage lakefront?
Yeah, so we receive funding. We apply to various grants, foundations, and use donations to like subsidize and reduce the cost to landowners. But we offer our Natural Edge kits, which comes with a site visit, custom planting plan, and at least 50 native plants and all the materials needed. And that's at a cost of $395.
Okay, yeah. Very interesting. Yeah, I don't think I see any other questions. Unless any of the presenters have any other questions. We can maybe ask Mackenzie to come back in to finalize the end of the symposium.
Hey, hello everyone. I just want to give a big thank you to all our presenters. It's been an amazing week, bringing so many different perspectives and topics forward to help us all understand river connections. I just want to make a quick note for anyone who missed any specific sessions or presentations throughout the last few days that you'd hoped you could see. You can head to the River Symposium website or our YouTube to watch the recording of the live event. Yeah, and we hope to see you at next year's River Symposium. Stay tuned for updates for next year. Now we ask that you join Abraham Francis, who will be closing out our event. So I welcome Abe out here. Okay, just take one moment.
Dehonu hiate ungat, waganya tlono, dano akwazosne ganagale, dano ganyan kahaga. So hi, my name is Abraham Francis, dear clan, Mohawk, born and raised in Akwesasne. And I had the wonderful opportunity of opening the River Symposium this year yet again, and really enjoyed these past couple of days as much as I could, trying to rush around and be involved as much as possible. And so out of this process and everybody that has gathered here these past couple of days, has taken the time and opened up this space and shared their thoughts and their insights. And it's so beautiful to see all this work going on around here. And I'm really, really grateful to be a part of it. And so I really, really connected with the themes this year around community and how I center community in my work. And so as a part of this, I'm going to now close today. I'm going to release everybody that has put so much work into this for the past couple of days and go back to our roles and responsibilities. And we'll be back again next year to share the wonderful work that happens every single year as we continue to put in the effort to fulfill our roles and responsibilities to creation. And so, as part of this, I will share my screen and I will close this symposium. Let me make sure. God, alrighty. Well, all right, here we go. Kyungkyokwa swata husios gatnigali wesa. Danchi dunu folado ne sugaya dizo ne gadi o handagali wadekwa. Unguano headsto. Tony otto hak ne guatni gula. So. Agwego aska de wahwet nuni ne guatni gula dano de tano ne ungwet sua. Ne agwego skana agahage. Chi de ungwa da walye ne ganto o hunjage de wandalo. Tunyoto hak na guatni gula. So. Agwego aska de wahwet nuni ne guatni gula dano de tano ne yakini staha ji hunjade. Ne eji sego da gutgawahage. Ona hoda sua da guashne skana ay dawanu tunyusage. Tunyoto hak na guatni gula. To. Agwego aska de wahwet nuni ne guatni gula dano de tano ne onega sua. Ji sego wados ay guahat dana watste. Dano askalagawe ne wahetko skayon. Tunyoto hak na guatni gula. To. Agwego aska de wahwet nuni ne guatni gula dano de tano ne gajitsua. Ne wahe gyonkiawis ne gaya de hatsala ne dosa aya de wadunkaya ke. Tunyoto hak ne guatni gula. To. Agwego aska de wahwet nuni ne guatni gula dano de tano ne o hunde sua. Ne eji sego yonkiat de genhas okyake kakwa sua dano okyake anunkwa sua. De watsta. Tunyoto hak na guatni gula. Agwego aska de wahwet nuni ne guatni gula dano de tano ne orla sua. Ne eji sego yonkiat de genhas dano okyake de wanu watsalun yata ne de yungwashne. Tunyoto hak na guatni gula. To. Agwego aska de wahwet nuni ne guatni gula dano de tano ne gayen tusala. Ne eji sego dayonat kawahage ne gakwa sua nona de wadun gayaks. Tunyoto hak na guatni gula. To. Agwego aska de wahwet nuni ne guatni gula dano de tano ne gahi sua. Ne eji sego yatigos dano gude de ne winio ne guat guana. Got ni hundasa ne eji sego gane lines ne gahi sua. Tunyoto hak ne guatni gula. To. Agwego aska de wahwet nuni ne guatni gula dano de tano ne o jinua sua. Ne eji sego guadogo yodia dagye jina hoda yana delihunde ji o hunjade. Tunyoto hak ne guatni gula. To. Agwego aska de do wafwet nuni ne angwani gula dano de tinolado ne gondilio. Ne egisego yon kiat tagenhas no na dewa dun kayaks dano dewa wistos. Tonyo tohak ne gwani gula. To. Agwego aska de do wafwet nuni ne angwani gula dano de tinolado ne ugwile sua dano ne gwa diguana wahta jiniga gwilodas ne egisego tonio de la hage ona hoda sungonya hezaun ne sungwaya dizo. Tonyo tehak ne gwani gula to. Agwego aska de do wafwet nuni ne angwani gula dano de tinolado ne oji dan agua. Gisego yung guatunde ne galenios la dihawi. Tonyo tohak ni gwani gula. To. Agwego aska de do wafwet nuni ne gwani gula dano de tinolado ne yakisutagu ala diwelas. Ne egisego azis anuni jigana galunyo. Tonyo tohak ni gwani gula. To. Agwego aska de do wafwet nuni ne gwani gula dano de tinolado ne gaele ne goalage. Ne egisego to ni o de la hage. Ona hoda ne sungwaya dizo sagunya hezaun. Tonyo tohak ni gwani gula. To. Agwego aska de do wafwet nuni ne gwani gula dano dachi dano holado ne sungwachi agyoke neka galakwa. Ne egisego de hoswatedo ji yohunjade. Tonyo tohak ni gwani gula. To. Agwego aska de do wafwet nuni ne gwani gula dano de tinolado ne yakisota asota neka galakwa. Ne egisego yatigos galohiage dano luwede ni gula lagies. Ne la digsa agua. Tonyo tohak ni gwani gula. To. Agwego aska de do wafwet nuni ne gwani gula dano de tinolado ne ojisto kwa sua. Ne yago ya tatsalon ya dakwa. Ne yakisota sota neka galakwa. Tonyo tohak ni gwani gula. To. Agwego aska de do wafwet nuni ne gwani gula dano de tinolado ne gayeli nyungwedege. Ne wahe luwedeli hunde ayun kiat danona ne ungwe sua. Tonyo tohak ni gwani gula. To. Agwego aska de do wafwet nuni ne gwani gula dano dachi dunu folado ne sungwaya dizo ji agwego luweana dao ne ohujage ji na hoda de sungwawi. Tonyo tohak ne gwani gula. To. Ona wedeli wan hodo nua weni zalade doga oteno saingwani gulha. Ize gize oyezawata sundalon gadi nyo tohak nezewatni gula. To. And with that, we have closed this meeting, or closed this symposium, and these wonderful days and these presentations. And I extend my incredible appreciation to the wonderful team at the St. Lawrence River Institute and all the wonderful work that they invite me to be a part of, and my internal gratefulness for the kindness and the gentleness that they've given me in this challenging years, it seems like, since we've known each other. And I extend that to everyone here, that you go on your ways and continue to create magic in this world, build community with each other, and challenge the ways that we do the work that we do. Nyawa Tuknigo. Ona.